Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property in order to create new lots. My name is Bruce Mullock. The panel this morning is Yim Chan, Zahir Bayat, and Carl Nipfel. I will now proceed to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who wish to participate virtually and who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. They have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status while their item is being heard. And during this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes of allotted time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on a particular application must fill out a decision request card. Those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeals updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies defined in the Act are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the panel. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I'll comment to you as you are approaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentations or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee if so requested by the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised in order to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals, either in support of or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there minutes to be confirmed?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. No minutes for this morning to be adopted.
There are minutes?
There are no minutes to be
beg your pardon?
adopted this morning.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there is one for this morning. Item number 2, file number A0016/23TEY. Municipal address is 363 to 391 Yonge Street and 3 Gerrard Street East.
Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, there are no files to be closed this morning.
Thank you. Okay.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we probably should determine if there's any declaration of interest for any of the items this morning as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or staff on this morning's items? No. Seeing none, we may move to item number 1 on the agenda. And that item is 45 PEARS Avenue. On this application, the committee has before it the following communication. Those materials submitted at the time of application. Revised materials received September 13th. 4 photographs of trees. Cover letter from the agent, one on 19 August and one on 15 September. There's email from the agent received 13 September. There's an arborist report, one from May, one from September. And there's a planning rationale prepared by Batory Planning and Management, September. Commenting reports. There's email correspondence from Transportation Engineering in the Development Planning and Review area, Transportation Services. Also from City Planning, September 15th. There are staff reports from Urban Forestry and also from Community Planning. There is correspondence in interest or concern from 53 PEARS. There is correspondence in opposition from 71, 35, 49, 37, 95, 59, Pears Avenue. Also from 39, 43, 85, 69, 105, Pears Avenue. Also from Design Plan Services on behalf of the ABC Residents Association, received September 13. And from Ritchie, Ketchison, Hart, and Biggert LLP on behalf of the ABC residents, 13 September receipt. Also from 51 Pears Avenue. So with that, moderator, please, let's have the first applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Greg Ewens with Batory Planning and Management, 26 Hayden Park Road, Toronto, Ontario. I'm here today on behalf of the owner of 45 Pears.
Very good. Excellent. Do you mind saying your name once again, please?
Greg, G-R-A-I-G, last name Ewens, U-E-N-S.
Okay, now my list is actually showing Delnaz Yekranjian.
Yes, Delnaz is the architect on the project.
Very good. Okay. Terrific. All right then. You have, sir, 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you. The variances being requested today permit a new 2-unit house with integral front garage and internal elevator. The house is being built for the owner, who's sitting behind me, and their parents, who are in their mid-70s, to live in. It is specifically designed to support aging in place. The design drives some of the variances that are being requested today. I'll first talk about the first 5 variances, the setback-related variances. The front yard's variance ensures that the building aligns with the adjacent property to the west and reflects the existing character, more or less, of the existing building on site. It also reflects the existing streetscape character. The site is located on a jog on Pears Avenue, as you can see the street there, with frontages that vary along that section of Pears. And really, the street overall has a variety of front yard setbacks. The rear yard setback results from the irregular shape of the lot, which you can also see in the site plan in front of you. The narrowest point measures 6.77 meters from a required 7.5, though it widens considerably to over 9 meters for a large part of the rear yard. Variances 3, 4, and 5 all result from the design of the house, the front stairs, and the front porch being located near the west property line. This is not a side yard that is necessary for access to the rear yard or maintenance for the property. There are no windows on this side, and the property immediately to the west also has a small setback from the shared lot line. The setback also reflects the character of some tight side yards along Pears Avenue. Variance 6 is a landscape variance. It requests a reduction in the prescribed front yard landscaping. Page 11 of my report shows the existing site, a picture of the front yard, which has 0 front yard landscaping. There is some landscaping within the public right-of-way, including a small street tree. We've submitted an arborist report to the city, and the owners have been communicating with forestry as recently as yesterday to work with urban forestry staff, including putting up a tree protection zone and retaining the tree if possible, and having regard for trees on adjacent sites. Page 12 of my report compares the existing site to the proposed landscaping and shows a net increase in landscaping both within the right-of-way and on the site's front yard. That's in the planning application, or planning rationale submission that was submitted a couple of weeks ago. I'll continue to move on here. I think it's an important visual, just because I don't want to run out of time. Many of the nearby properties shown on page 11 of the report have significant hardscape in the front yard and are unlikely to meet the bylaw requirements. There's a map of those in my report as well. There we go, there's the report. So on page 11 you can see the front yard. Yep, there's a picture of the front yard there. The map below shows a number of properties with considerable hardscape in the front yard, which by my estimate do not account for 75% soft landscaping in the front yard. And on the following page, you can see the comparison in landscaping on the left between the existing and what is proposed. Variance 7 requests a variance to the frontage for an integral garage. The bylaw does not expressly prohibit a front yard garage, rather it ties it to lot width. Transportation staff of note have no objection to this variance, indicating that there are no operational concerns with a garage fitting on a 5.97 meter wide lot. Most of the properties on PEARS Avenue have some access to parking. Many have it via a rear laneway. However, due to the slope of the subject site and the orientation of the lane, rear parking is not possible on the subject site. There are also several properties of front yard parking on PEARS, shown on page 13. The addresses are there. Some concerns were raised about the garage aesthetic. To that end, the owner is happy to incorporate a design that looks very unlike a garage door. An example was submitted yesterday from 27 Chestnut Park Avenue. Importantly, the garage is part of the intent of the project to support aging in place. The garage connects to an elevator within the proposed building with access to all floors. The on-street parking is the only other option, and which would frustrate the intent of the project. If the parking space is down the street, if it's a snowy day, if you have something to carry to your house, this undermines the function of the house as being accessible for somebody with mobility challenges as they age. This intent is echoed in numerous city policy documents, and it's one of the reasons why I feel this proposal reflects good planning. The multiplex policies intend that units are designed to meet the needs of household compositions, including multi-generational families and
I
seniors.
shall ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Yes, the official plan, the city's senior strategy, the entire Section 6 of the Housing Action Plan all note that meeting diverse needs of seniors in housing is an important objective for the city. In my view, the variances are minor in nature. They meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan, represent appropriate and desirable development, and thank you. I would be happy to answer any questions.
You're very respectful of time. Thank you. You're right on. Okay, panel members, we do have speakers standing by. Would you like to have questions now? Go ahead, Mr. Nipfel. Yes.
I just want a clarification. Have you seen the planning? We've got two conflicting planning reports, and I'm assuming that the one that's in our supplementary is the most recent. Previously, planning objected to the internal garage, and I gather they removed that objection. Is that your understanding?
I believe planning is still not supportive of variant 7, which is the integral garage.
Okay.
We have been working with planning to try and address the design of the garage issue, though it's, their report was published a few days ago.
Okay, the thing that I don't understand is in the planning, I'm in the supplementary planning report, and it's an email. Their comment is to incorporate bicycle parking and or garbage bins within the proposed garage, so they're referencing the proposed garage.
That's correct.
And then there's a drawing that follows, and this is my question. The garbage bins and bike storage in the front yard, not in a garage, and it's attached to the planning department email. It is, and I don't know if they can get that up on the screen, it's part of the planning email correspondence that was in the supplementary. Is this drawing a proposal by you or by planning? Because I don't think it meets anybody's goals.
The proposed drawing, that would have been a suggestion from planning, though the substance of that email reflects conversations that were had with the architect and city planning staff previously, where planning hadn't specifically raised objections to the garage at that point. Their request was to incorporate garbage storage within the garage itself.
Okay, so they're still, that's still their position, that garbage storage and bicycle storage should go into the garage if there is one.
Yeah, I would agree
Not
with
in
that
the
as
front
well.
yard like this.
Yeah, I would agree that we should include all storage where possible in the garage.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, we do have speakers standing by. Are there speakers in the audience here in person who wish to speak to this application? Sir? Okay. Good morning. May I ask you to begin, please, by stating your name and address?
My name is Lee Carpenter, and I am the resident of 43 PEARS Avenue, immediately adjacent to the application site. And
Very
my
good.
partner, Julie Crothers, is online too.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to present your concerns to the panel.
After review of the application, We filed a letter of objection on last Wednesday. Also, I'm under the understanding that 15 other applications of objection were filed or letters of concern. This application is brought under the multiplex bylaw, which it is my understanding that the new multiplex bylaw for this application is brand new within the last year and a half. And then I would assume that the multiplex bylaw considered all these variances, requests for variances. So I'm sitting here wondering why we're asking for variances on a new bylaw that is fresh out of the box from the City of Toronto. The rest of the residences and homes on PEARS Avenue, the FSI on the street maxes out at 1.2. This application is trying to get a 1.77 FSI under the multiplex, while at the same time requesting setback variances be reduced and having an opposing structure set immediately adjacent to the adjacent properties, and not respecting the setbacks of the multiplex variance. Also, my major concern is the integral garage. The lot does not meet the standards of the city bylaw for the width for a garage. There's no other integral garages on PEARS Avenue, and we only have approximately 3 parking pads on the east side of Avenue Road on PEARS Avenue. Also, the setbacks for and reduction of the soft landscaping on the front yards to put the driveway in, they're asking for a reduction to 25% of the 75%, which I object to. I think recently they amended it to increase the softscaping to 32%, but it's still meeting the 75, not meeting the 75% of the softscaping. Also, that the distance from the garage to the street is going to be very short, so there's going to be a line of sight issue. This house sits on a jog in the road. I would refer to it as a blind curve. There's going to be safety concerns with the cars traveling down the street with the trying to access and egress the driveways. For pedestrians, that this is a very walking intensive street with people passing over to the Rosedale subway station, as well as a lot of children and bicycles using the area for Ramsden Park. My final concern is that there was no consideration in the application or the report for, I have a very mature tree somewhere between the age of 35 and 50 years old on my property in the front. The arborist report says there will be minimal or potential for damage on that, to that tree by when they do the construction to put the driveway in. There was no consideration how they were going to protect that large tree. And urban forestry did not get any feedback from them when they asked about protection of the tree. The arborist report that they submitted said there would be potential significant damage to the tree to the immediate west of the site. And that's all I have to say today. I just want to, one of my residents to the adjacent property was trying to, they did not get a WebEx link for they registered for, and I'm not sure if they were able to get online, John Switzer, so he had registered to speak. He's okay? Yes. Okay, that's fine. I sent him mine.
Thank you. Let's see if the panel has questions for you. Mr. Nipfel first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we get the revised site plan on the screen? And could you show me, generally speaking, where this tree is that you're concerned about? Is it beside the driveway?
No, my tree is in front of my property. I saw a picture of it scrolled through there. So I am to the east of the property. It's not shown on the site plan.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Great.
My question for you, Pears Avenue is serviced, is it not, by a lane at the back? A lot of
There-
people have their parking at the back.
Yes, and there is a laneway in the back. I believe the applicant's property has access to that laneway. It would be a significant cost to make that parking pad in the back of their laneway to have access. But there is access from their laneway. I do not have access, I have street parking.
So you don't have a parking pad on your front lawn?
I do
You
not.
park on the street?
I park on the street. We have 2 cars. My partner and I both park on the street, and we do not have any trouble getting parking at any time of the day.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. Just to check, are there any other speakers in the in-person audience who wish to speak on this application? There are some others that are registered to speak virtually, so let's then, moderator, go to the first of those.
Andrew, you've been unmuted. Andrew, you've been unmuted. Can you please try to speak?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you now clearly, yes.
Okay, thank you. We had arranged this so that the planner would be speaking first. We're sharing 5 minutes.
Just a second.
Uh,
Just 1 second. Let's go back to the start, if you don't mind. Just state your name, please, for the record.
Yes, Andrew Biggert, counsel for ABC.
Go ahead.
And we had arranged this so we were sharing time. I'm sharing time with the planner from Action Planning Consultants, who also represents ABC, and he was going to be presenting first, if that's acceptable to the committee.
That should be fine. Yes, if you share time, that's fine. So here you have 5 minutes between you. Let's go ahead.
Correct. Appreciate that. Thank you. So if I could have the planner on first, thank you.
Good morning, Sir Chair, committee members. My name is Addison Milne-Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services, located at 900 The East Mall, Suite 300, here on behalf of the ABC Residents Association with Andrew Garrett.
Good morning to you.
Good morning again. I'm here to voice my opposition to this application, and I'm prepared to give a brief presentation.
Go ahead.
Specifically, as pointed out in our objection letter, I'm opposed to variances 6 and 7. I note that a revised plan was uploaded to the AIC on September 13th, and this increased the soft landscaping from 27% to 32%. I recognize that this is an increase in soft landscaping provided, but in my opinion, does not meaningfully address the variances. I note that the applicant didn't clarify which variance is being sought, so perhaps the committee can have them do that when they return for their 5 minutes. With regard to variance 6, which requests a reduction in front yard landscaping, this variance is triggered and necessitated by the proposed vehicle entrance through the front main wall and the driveway leading to the vehicle entrance. As shown in the survey and site plan, there is limited front yard space to provide soft landscaping on the subject lot, due in part to the existing lot frontage and also due to the front yard setback variance that is proposed. Due to these conditions, the proposed driveway would occupy 2.82 square meters in the front yard, which is approximately 42% of the front yard. Further, a large portion of the functional front yard of the property is located within the municipal right-of-way, and a large portion of this right-of-way would be removed for the proposed driveway. On narrow lots in particular, permitting surface parking and vehicular entrances in the front main wall leaves little space for front yard landscaping and front yard amenities as shown in this plan. And although the front yard setback variance identifies the numerical value of the existing condition, due to the nature of this proposal, a significant amount of the potential front yard landscaping space will be reduced. The revised cover letter submitted by the applicant states that the total amount of soft landscaping is almost doubled in the front. The letter clarifies that the revised plan includes additional green space in front of the house, presumably referring to the municipal right-of-way. But this right-of-way is not within the control of the applicant. Future public works, such as a road or a sidewalk widening, could further reduce the soft landscaping on a municipal boulevard, and therefore it's critical that an appropriate percentage of soft landscaping be provided on the actual subject lot. Now, with regard to variance 7, the intent of this provision is in large part to ensure that the most significant feature of a front main wall of a building is not a vehicular entrance, but rather a pedestrian entrance or habitable space of a building. The width of the building along the front main wall, as proposed, is 5.3 meters, whereas the width of the garage is 3.58 meters, which means the proposed garage will take up over 2/3 of the front main wall. And this proposal would result in a vehicular entrance that is by far the most significant feature of this building. This is critical because one of the most prominent characteristics of this neighborhood is the pedestrian-oriented nature of the front main wall of dwellings, which provides a direct relationship with the street at grade through pedestrian entrances and views into and from the street. With its front entrance situated atop a flight of stairs and the front room windows located well above the ground, the proposed dwelling has little physical relationship or visibility to the street. The most prominent feature of the new house would no longer be the front entrance or a living room, but rather the front door of a garage. Now, lots with narrower frontages that provide vehicular access will have a pronounced effect on the public realm compared to lots with wider frontages. Since the lots are smaller, there are more of them in the same area. Ergo, the frequency of sidewalk interruptions is increased compared to integral garages on wider lots. With regard to the official plan, 415E provides
We have
that
1 minute
development.
left between.
Thank you. The official plan provides that development in established neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of each geographic neighborhood, including the prevailing location, design, and elevations relative to the grade of driveways and garages. And along PEARS Avenue, while the applicant mentioned many parking solutions, they did not mention any existing front integral garages. Hence, the new introduction of this garage would not respect and reinforce the existing physical character. I'll now pass it on to Mr. Biggert for the finale.
Thank you. I recognize the time left. I will simply state I would ask the committee to please consider the precedential concerns that will arise if this is permitted. This is an oversized development. It's a chance to try and undo or change the new bylaw where the ink is barely dry. It has a garage at the front, and it does not create large units, which is the purpose of the bylaw. And it also does not allow for the appropriate amount of landscaping. It will have negative impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, questions for these speakers?
Yes.
Ms. Yim.
Yes, a very quick one. If there's no integral garage at the front, but parking pad, will that be supported by you?
I would need to see a plan before I could say whether it.
No, I just propose. Just you can just imagine, because I just want to have a simple question. What about parking pads? Because there are existing parking pads on the same streets.
I do know that in most neighborhoods, parking pads are not permitted. There are a few existing parking pads in this neighborhood, but I would note that the impact of a parking pad would certainly be less.
The question
So
is,
it would be preferred.
It will be preferred, or will you support that, or will you think you can support it?
I would support a more pedestrian-oriented solution. However, I do recognize that a parking pad would be an improvement as opposed to an integral garage.
I understand. Thank you. Yeah.
Further questions, panel? I am not hearing any. Okay, in that case, then we go back now to the applicant.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one
Oh, we do have one
additional speaker
additional
in
person.
opposition.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. No, we do have additional speakers speaking in opposition who are registered. So let's have the next one join us, please, by stating your name.
John?
Hello. My name is John Switzer.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for listening. I'm the neighbor immediately to the left of 45 PEARS. I've lived at 49 PEARS for more than 30 years, and my wife has lived there longer than that. We've raised our children in that house, and we wish to register our objections to the variances requested. I just want to make clear that we are not anti-development, and we are by nature the kind of people who want a friendly and cooperative relationship with our neighbors and are open to compromise and accommodation. However, in this case, we really feel that the requested variances are not, in fact, minor. And if granted, will have a significant negative impact on us and our home, as well as the community and the streetscape in general. Our primary objections, as you've heard already, are to the variances 6 and 7, which is the variances to request to build a driveway and an integral garage, which is basically a vehicle entrance in the front wall of the building. And as you've heard already, to facilitate this, the landscaped area of the front yard would have to be reduced to 25% from the mandated 75%, which we feel is at odds with the a cornerstone policy of the official plan, which is to ensure that new development respects existing physical characteristics of the area and reinforces the stability of the neighborhood. More importantly to us, as neighbors, we feel that there are legitimate safety concerns with this proposal. As our neighbor Lee Carpenter stated earlier, due to the position of 45 Pears Avenue, it is on what's kind of a blind curve on the road. Vehicles exiting the garage will not have a clear view of the street as they exit, and in turn will not be seen by people using the street until the last moment. Pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles on the street. We feel this is an ongoing danger of having this kind of a garage in the particular location of this house. We also feel, just from on a personal level, that we will be impacted in our enjoyment of the comfort and safety of our own front yard by the ingress and egress of motor vehicles within a few feet of our property and front porch. We are also concerned, although lesser so, by variance number 4, which is just to the extent that the building will be substantially larger than it is already. You saw in some of the diagrams that were on the screen that the new proposed house will basically dwarf our house and the houses in the neighborhood. This will affect, of course, our view and increase shadowing and privacy infringements. Finally, I just would like to point out, as the committee is well aware, these are not our personal objections only. In addition to letters and submissions by the planner and lawyers retained by the ABC Association, and the statements in opposition by some city staff, namely the Urban Forestry and City Planning, there were 13 letters of objection submitted by the residents of Pears Avenue. So clearly these variances are of concern to the entire Pears Avenue community, and we respectfully request that the committee note these almost unanimous objections and deny the variances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the speaker? Hearing none. That is the final speaker listed in opposition, so at this stage we are ready to hear from the applicant in rebuttal. And so the applicant will now have 5 minutes to speak in rebuttal, addressing only those questions that were raised by the speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. The few matters that were raised by the deputants, the multiplex bylaw, which was recently approved by council, did not update standards for residential buildings in all regards, specifically all the setbacks. The setbacks we're requesting variances for, the front yard setback, the side yard setbacks, et cetera, were applied to this type of structure before the multiplex bylaw, and they continue to apply now. Of note, height and depth were two provisions that were updated in the multiplex bylaw. This building complies with both of those provisions in the new bylaw. The issue of floor space index was raised. There is no floor space index being considered today, as this is a 2-unit house. The zoning examiner has identified this project as a duplex, and as I said, the height and depth, which apply to a duplex, are bylaw compliant. The setback reductions, as I stated, are minor, and staff are also in support of those setback reductions. An earlier deputant noted official plan policy 415 within the neighborhoods policies of the plan as being a concern. that policy is actually superseded by the multiplex policies in the site, well, the citywide policy that applies to multiplexes. The official plan policy states, and I quote, "Despite policy 415, multiplexes are permitted in neighborhoods subject to the following policies." And there's a list of policies that is provided that govern the fit of multiplexes within communities. One of those, specifically related to landscaping, is regarding, and I quote, "maximizing contiguous soft landscaping within the front yard and rear yard setbacks that is supportive of maintaining and expanding the urban tree canopy." The intent of the recent multiplex bylaw, policies rather, and the bylaw, as it implements them, is to maximize landscaping on the site. We've done this in balance of the other objectives that we're trying to achieve here, specifically the access to the front, accessibility through the building, and to support a multi-generational family aging in place. With regard to the garage, I want to confirm that there is no opportunity to access the site from the rear. The grade, the location of the property, the lane actually jogs to the south, right in front of the property line. We tried to do this. It is not physically possible to do. That would obviously be the preferred approach. With regard to visual issues from the garage, I note that and safety issues, if we set the building back further, consistent with the first variance, it would be out of line with the building to the west, which might actually create more problematic sightline issues than having it more or less flush with the current setback to the west. So the current design and setback tries to ameliorate this concern. One of the deputants also raised the look of the front garage, and as I stated in my presentation, the owner would be more than happy to provide a design for the garage which addresses the visual concerns. I think an integral garage is preferable to having a parking pad and a vehicle parked out front. Personally, I'm also unsure if there's space for a parking pad, but we can certainly look at that if that's the decision of the committee. But generally speaking, and it's in the very late materials, but it's an example of a garage design in the area of the city, which, there it is, masonry. It's actually a very interesting design. We're happy to look at something like that that doesn't present as a typical garage door.
Good. It's really, really good. I should.
Finally, I'll just.
What you said is that we also have parking on the street for two cars.
Sorry.
The chair made a note of that. I was like, oh, you have parking on the street?
Okay.
Just hang on until we figure it out.
Okay.
We're not sure who it is either.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And I'll just conclude. The variances 6 and 7, I understand the concerns. We've tried to design this site the building, and work with staff to ameliorate these concerns. I know staff are only in objection to variance 7, where we've reached out to an arborist. We've prepared a report. We're going to do everything we can with regard to the trees on the adjacent sites and the property while increasing soft landscaping. And overall, all of the variances here are in service of designing a building which supports aging in place and multi-generational families, which is one of the objectives stated of the multiplex policy. I will say the housing action plan anticipates that these types of proposals will become more common as the city's population grows and ages, and it states that allowing policy solutions.
We'll ask you to make your final comment.
Policy solutions to these kinds of houses is one of the priorities of the city. It's in section 6 of the housing action plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, panel? Let's start with Mr. Nipfel, then Ms. Chan.
Thank you. You've applied for a duplex, and is that because that's the way it was judged by the plan examiner?
There was a number of revisions to the plan before I was brought onto the file. I think the duplex design, the 2-unit design, is actually quite functional in addressing the objective of the site to accommodate multi-generational living, whether it's for the smaller unit to support a younger family member in the basement with their own living space, live-in care person in the future. That's a typical characteristic of buildings that are designed.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm having a lot of trouble seeing this as a duplex, because what's in the basement basically is a recreation room with a kitchenette. One could argue it's a recreation room with a bar. There is no bedroom. There's a living space. There's one window. And there's a den which you can't use as a bedroom because it doesn't have any windows. So I'm not opposed to aging in place. I understand what you're trying to do. I don't see this as a duplex. That's not a separate dwelling unit. It isn't a full dwelling unit, and the only way you can get to it is from the main building. So I just wanted a better understanding of why it's a duplex. Had you considered applying as though this is just a house with another space in the basement, but it's not a duplex?
That, I believe, is reflected in the original application, yes. I think that as the plans evolved, my understanding is that the owner wanted to create more of a flexible space in the basement to allow for actual self-contained living area. I mean, the zoning examiners that have reviewed the plan have verified it's a duplex in accordance with the bylaw interpretation. So while it is on the smaller side of units, there are a lot of units within the city that share similar characteristics to this, whether they're in multi-unit buildings or otherwise. The square footage is not, well, it's smaller in the context of a larger house. It is not remarkable in terms of the type of units that are regularly approved in the city and occupied by people across Toronto.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have maybe a couple of questions. The first one is probably more contested is the variance number 6 and 7. And I just wonder if you would say that it's been denied, the integral garage, that you have to maybe get just like a parking pad. This is only a question. Do you need to reapply as a variance? Front yard parking pad is a variance?
I believe we would need to revisit the, we would certainly need to submit revised plans and then likely reapply.
Yeah, that's
yes.
one question. Second question is variance number 6. What is the existing percentage of soft landscaping? Is it an improvement or is it like a deprovement?
The existing percentage is 0.
It's 0?
Yeah, there's
So
a...
it is an improvement?
Yes, this is
Yes.
correct.
And also, a small question, but I just want to know, urban forestry, of course, it's about that tree. So as I understand through your presentation, it seems that have been taken care of?
We are attempting to. We've been communicating with urban forestry over the last several days.
And then you will not touch the tree or you not hurt the tree or anything, right?
There is a process that urban forestry undertakes with regard to injury removal or tree protection zones around trees during construction. So why we retain, you can see the tree protection zone there.
Yes.
We are going to work with them to retain the tree.
Yes,
if
because
possible. That is the objective. It may, whether it's possible or not, that's a question for an expert other
I
than
know,
myself.
what I try to remind you is because the recommendation is forestry condition 5, which
Yes.
means that does not matter what we say, whether it's approved or not, they have the last say to deny you if you're going to remove that tree. That's just to remind you.
Yes, that's correct. Well,
Yes, and actually, I do understand why you cannot get, that's even if you can use the back lane, it seems that the grade is about 2 meters higher than that. And with this kind of development, which is intergenerations development now, we call it, with an elevator within the property, actually, I think it is a very good development because there's so many property without barrier-free access. And that is why I think even if you can use the back lane, you can't go into the house without a lot of ramp, a lot of other things. Okay, that's my comment.
Next, Mr. Nipfel, then Mr. Byatt. I'll go after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the people that phoned in asked if you could confirm the variances, if there are any changes to them. So if we get them on, can you do that?
certainly. I believe the only variance that has changed from the listed 7 here is the soft landscaping variance, which was 27% and now would be 32%.
Just a second.
Oh, I'm
So
Thanks.
is the public notice then in need of an update to reflect the current?
If it's the committee's desire to update the notice, then yes, that 27 that you have highlighted on screen there would be then 32%.
So it's improved to 32.
Yeah, it's
So we're going to change that 27 at your direction to 32?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're now dealing with an amended application, and is that the only change in the variances that we need to reflect?
To the best of my knowledge, sir, yes.
Through
we
you,
would-
Mr. Chair, can you also state it in square meters?
Oh,
Is it,
I will have to
I think it's
contact
on
the
the revised
architect.
plan.
It may be.
So can we get it, can we get the revised plan on the screen?
Let me look. I have it here, I believe. I believe it is 2.13 square meters. I would like to confirm that with the architect, just because there's a few numbers on the plan here. I want to make sure I'm quoting the
That's
correct.
what it says, though, you're right, it is 2.13 square meters.
2.1.
Okay, so that's important. Now, just to confirm that, that's the only change that we need to make this reflective of your intent.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Having read a number of the letters of opposition and also listened to people who have presented, in addition, forestry and planning, the two most contentious issues with regard to this proposal appear to be 6 and 7, and 7 being the garage. I am always a bit loath to discount planning's advice, forestry's advice, and also listening to all the applicants. I can understand from the applicant's perspective that, you know, it'd be nice to have a great garage to just drive into, but perhaps the site isn't the right site for it. And that's what concerns me. When it comes to soft landscaping, especially when there's a new proposal, a new build, I think there's always room to improve, and by the looks of it, you've got some improvement there. But I think the most contentious piece is the piece related to the garage and having an integral garage. The design itself, life is full of design changes as we go through time. So, you know, that's neither here nor there. Even though in the drawings, the front elevation presents almost a block, but the roof is actually sloped back.
Correct.
The balconies are integral to the design, so the balconies have no privacy issues. There's no FSI variance. So when I look at the variances, other than 6 and 7, 1 to 5, they're all what I would consider certainly to be minor. It's the 6 and 7 that's the issue. And that, for me, is a bit of a quandary.
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
didn't present the question more.
There you go. You have a chance to respond.
Can I ask a question?
I think it's the applicant's turn now to respond to what Mr. Byatt said.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll be quick. I agree. I mean, I tried to spend more time on 6 and 7 than the balance of the variances because, you know, I agree those are the ones that are more contentious. I think my focus here and the reason I support the application is because though the variances are what they're requested, they drive the overall intent of the project. And I think functionally the building does work better, is more accommodative with the garage than without. And it drives the landscape variance as well, which again, we've tried to work with staff to increase to the greatest degree possible.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go next, and then you, Ms. Chan. So my two questions are in the same direction. The committee has a very strong focus these days on soft landscaping. And my reading of this proposal is that it's the driveway that is causing the deficiency to soft landscaping. Is that an accurate conclusion?
I had requested that we take a look at whether it was possible to provide bylaw compliant soft landscaping if there were no garage. I don't believe.
To do what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know that we can meet the 75% if there were no garage, because there's still an access required to get to the front door of the house. But it does drive some of the reduction, to be sure, yes.
As I had thought. And secondly, the staff report that we're looking at from community planning is pretty clear, and though we make our own calls on these questions, we do listen to what staff has to say and consider it in the equation. And staff write, you know, the integral garage is the most prominent feature of the new house and disrupts the existing streetscape character. It's certainly an issue in my mind too. Well, you've read the staff report, I'm sure. Your comment on the staff report.
Well, I've read the staff report, and what I note is that staff are concerned with variance 7, but not so much variance 6. So even though the presence of the driveway to access the garage is one of the reasons why there is a variance 6, staff are supportive of where that variance is landed. And the concerns seem to be more aesthetic than anything else in terms of the visual nature of the garage presenting toward the street. There is nothing in the multiplex policies that talks about the front yard or the front building face character of a street as contributing to the streetscape of a project. And you know, truly, like, there are some very different houses on Pears Avenue. It is there are a variety of architectural styles. And so the degree to which this can fit in as well as possible is something that the client and the architect are committed to. And any direction and advice from the committee on that regard, or a condition that the design of the front garage be to the satisfaction of the chief planner and executive director is.
Okay, all right, so, but the official plan has lots to say in this regard, and that's one of the tests that we apply. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, actually related to this, same things. Number 7, not 6. 6, you make a mistake, is actually 32% is 2 pound. You got more, it's 3.7 square meters.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
It's not 2.1.
It's even better.
Yeah, that's I just calculated. But then related, this is because I was waiting for this question because I just try to sense that kind of whether you will receive enough support for variance 7. If you don't, my question is to my friends and also you. Will you consider, since you're going to have to get a variance anyway for even from rear parking, will you consider deferral?
I would have to speak with my client, but I think if it's the committee's decision to defer, we'll certainly go back.
It seems that I had a sense from the room, from the all the deputations, that you might not get enough support for 7. Since you're going to revise your application, maybe a deferral will give you that chance, and for also us to relook at it. That's what my suggestion, but not.
Ms. Chan, I think where you're going on that is something we'd have to discuss in committee.
Yes, that's right.
So I think we should go into committee at this stage, frankly.
But also I'd like to get the feeling from the applicant.
Well, I think we should discuss it in committee first, then come back to the applicant.
Yeah.
Our
Okay.
preference would be the garage as requested, but I understand that.
Okay. Are there any further questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Mr. Nipfel.
Sorry to belabor it. Your site elevations are not all that instructive. Basically, it's just an outline. Am I correct in looking at the west elevation that the 2 balconies that are proposed are screened by virtue of that end wall?
That's my understanding, yes. If the committee were to introduce a screening condition, that would be fine with us.
Except you don't need it if the wall's doing it.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this stage, I'll ask you to resume your seat in the audience. And for the information of those here present in person and also at home, what the committee is going to do now is go into committee on this application, which means that we'll be having a frank discussion openly here in front of you about our thoughts on the application, but the only speakers permitted during this time are those on the committee. Okay, panel, we're now in committee. Who'd like to go ahead first? Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I completely understand what the applicant is doing on behalf of his clients is to create the ability to age in place, and I applaud that objective. I personally have some difficulty with seeing this as a duplex, but that's the advice that the applicant was given by the zoning examiner, so certainly go along with that. I think there's overwhelming evidence that variances 6 and 7 are inconsistent with this particular area. It's not that they're a problem with this design. I don't even think it has to do with an alternate garage door, although the garage door that looks like a building wall is an interesting alternative. If there's a garage there, people will park in the driveway leading to the garage as well. So I think that would generate all the same concerns, and I believe that the parking pad would generate all the same concerns. I think there's overwhelming opposition to parking and reduction in landscaping in the front yard. So I'm unable to support variances number 6 and 7. I don't think that there's any merit at all in a deferral. It sounds to me as though this has been discussed ad nauseum. We've discussed it a great deal. I think the issue is one of the garage and the relationship of the garage to the front yard. And I'm convinced that it's a negative introduction into the community, and I won't be supporting variances 6 and 7, but I would support the remainder of the application.
Thank you, Mr. Byatt. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, I think similar to Mr. Nipfel, It's 6 and 7 that's, as I mentioned to the agent as well, is that those are the contentious pieces. Outside of that, I think the first 5 variances are supportable. It's those 2. So I think this is something the agent may have to think about in terms of how do they want it. We could approve the application with the exception of 6 and 7. Takes you back to the drawing board. So I think they'll have to figure out something.
I think in that regard, to do, 6 and 7 represent kind of the core of the application. So we're redesigning the house, trying to redesign the house on the go is not. I think we have to look at the application as an integral whole and approve or refuse it. I don't think deferral would serve any good purpose. Do you have anything, Ms. Chan?
Oh, no, it was only a suggestion, but I actually, the second option is approve, but not 6 and 7. But without that approval, they will have to change the plan anyway, right? The garage will be converted to living space, and the GFA will be changed and all that. So I was being nice, just to give them a chance to rework that and come back. But since that the deferral doesn't seem to be a favorable option, I'm in line with the other 2 members that I can support this application, but deny only variance 7. I think the 6, they have made an improvement already, and then I'm satisfied with the improvement.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's
Through
all
you,
of our
Mr. Chair. Variance number 2 for front yard setback.
I don't have trouble with that one. Are you asking if we are supportive of variance number 2? I'm sorry, I don't.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, you're requesting to refuse variance numbers 6 and 7, and 7 pertains to the vehicle entrance
Yes.
from the front main wall. And there's also a variance for front yard setback.
That's why I assume that the setback will not, if I were the designer, I will keep the setback and just convert the parking space into some other space. But that's why they need to
However,
work.
you're refusing variance number 6 for front yard landscaping.
We don't have a motion yet, but yeah, the way we're heading. So your concern is that
I think
that's
you need to
taking a small.
consider that. I think you need to consider that.
Okay, well, we need to consider that if we're considering refusal of
why
6 and 7.
I think that it doesn't take a lot of revision, but it does need some revision if we refuse 7, the plan will not be an empty space there, right?
Well, see, my concern is that if we refuse 7, then the entire plan has to change. All of a sudden, the garage is disappearing and it has to.
Yeah, maybe
So,
some revision, that's why I need some revision, that's why I suggest, but maybe it's not.
It appears to be such a large change that it needs to be redesigned. A new proposal.
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, from the applicant, and if I'm incorrect, perhaps he can correct me, I thought that the front yard setback was dictated by an attempt to kind of meld with the streetscape. I thought he made that comment. And I don't have difficulty with proving a 1 to 5 and the reduced setback in number 2 if it helps in redesign. I suspect that the simplest solution in this case is to reallocate the garage space and put planting where the driveway is and see what you come up with, and you're probably very close to 75%, but we won't know until there's a redesign. Am I misinterpreting your concern?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want you to go through each of the variances and ensure, typically when you're splitting a decision of approving some variances and refusing others, we need to ensure that we're getting it correct.
I guess the concern there, Mr. Nipfel, is that if that reduced front yard setback was the redesign could take advantage of that in a totally different way that we don't know, that we can't anticipate.
But the
If I'm-
second floor need that you setback too, right?
Yeah, it's because of the second floor.
Yeah, so maybe the second, we should just keep it as it is. The second floor needs that, yeah.
If I may.
Go ahead,
put
please.
my 2 cents worth
Yes,
in
go ahead.
here. I think Secretary Treasurer makes a good point that when one looks again, as I'm looking back, so focused on 6 and 7, haven't focused sufficiently on 2. It is a substantial in quotation marks request, the setback, the front yard setback.
Yes.
I think if we just do refuse 6 and 7, it may come back and bite us in the sense that, we'll be perhaps approving a front yard setback that is reasonably large. It might be worth looking at a refusal of the entire application with the notation that there are more than just 6 and 7 that need to be addressed. So that it is very much a case of going back to the drawing board, I'm afraid, to say, and coming and minimizing. Here's maybe an opportunity now to minimize the number of variances when the application actually comes back, which will be a much more palatable, I suspect.
I see your point.
Through you,
Other
Mr. Chair.
thoughts? Okay.
Sorry, one more point. I'm not sure if the applicant is aware about the process. If the application is refused, there is that option of appealing to TLAB. However, if the application is deferred, the applicant could probably make revisions and then be put onto another hearing date with the committee. So I'm not certain if you want to come out of committee and discuss with the agent about a deferral,
I
or
don't think
if
we're
you
thinking
just
of a
want to go.
deferral.
Okay,
We're
okay.
not thinking of a deferral without, I think we're looking at
Without
either
substantial
refusing the whole
changes.
application or
Yeah.
refusing
Right,
parts of it. That's what I hear as I listen to my colleagues.
through, yeah. Or a deferral with substantial changes to the proposal.
Mr. Chairman, I have no difficulty with coming out of committee and asking the applicant to answer that question. I think that's a fair statement.
I think so too. Okay, applicant, could you join us again, please, for a moment at the table?
I can take the hot seat, because
Hello again.
Okay, do you want to put the question, Carl?
what appears to be happening here is support for not approving variance 6 and 7. And the Deputy Secretary Treasurer has indicated that maybe the setback, the front yard setback, should be tied to that. The options available to us are to approve some of the variances, none of the variances, all of the variances. If you were looking at an approval that took 6 and 7 and possibly 2 off, as versus a deferral that would allow you to reassess what you're doing and come back with an altered proposal, do you find because I don't think anybody here is having difficulty with what you're trying to do in terms of aging in place. So we're trying hard to understand how can we accommodate that. Of those 2 options, does one work better for you than the other?
I would have to confirm with the client, and I can do that in just a minute. But I think if there's an opportunity to take the application back with the feedback that we've received from the committee today, and it may, whether 6 and 7 are removed, we may come back and there may be less of a landscape variance, depending on how the front yard is set up, right? Whether the garage remains or not. And if we looked at a parking pad, which is something that I know was discussed, we would have to identify if there were any variances for that as well. But we could certainly take that and come back to the committee if that was the desired direction. So
if you're looking at a parking pad, talk to transportation as well, because
yes.
parking pads in certain areas of the city are not governed by bylaws, they're governed by another piece of legislation.
Yes, yeah, we would have to look into that. So,
do you want to consult with your client for a second?
if I can have just a minute, thank you.
We'll just pause for a moment while that happens. And we do have, we do have time limitations here. We have been more than an hour now on your application, so you'll have to sort this out rapidly.
We would like to take a look at, if the committee sees fit to defer the application, we can take a look at the comments today and the variances with an eye to reducing them, and take a look at a parking pad as opposed to the integral garage.
Thank you. That's it. Okay.
Are we back in committee?
We need to go back into committee now, and I am conscious of the time and the fact that we have an agenda ahead of us with other speakers, other applicants waiting to speak. Yes, Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move a deferral of the application to allow the applicant to reconsider the implications of the garage, landscaping, and to negotiate further with planning and forestry.
Sorry, Carl, I wonder if we could just perhaps put in that, perhaps also consult with neighbors that
Yes,
might
sure, certainly.
ease this.
Yep,
Good,
good.
so everybody. I will second that motion.
Motion seconded. So it is moved and seconded to defer the amended application for the reasons stated by the mover, Mr. Nipfel. Those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application, the amended application, is thereby deferred for those reasons specifically. Thank you. And with that, the panel moves on to variance, or application number 2. Application number 2 is 363 to 385 Yonge Street and 3 Gerrard Street East. And we'll ask the agent please to join us by stating your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It's Danya Tomasella here on behalf of Concord Properties Development Corporation.
Good morning to you. Okay,
morning,
panel
sir.
members, do we have requests here for presentation or questions?
Isn't there a request for deferral?
Ha, pardon me. There is a request for deferral. That was about an hour ago, okay. Okay, may I ask you then, could you please explain your reasons for requesting deferral?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee will be aware that there, since filing this application, there have been a request on behalf of the local councillor, the TMU, the university, and the BIA for a deferral of this application in order to provide some time for the parties to discuss some of the concerns that have been raised. And my client, sir, is supportive of that request. We would, sir, like to be on the soonest possible agenda. Those conversations have commenced with the parties that I've noted requesting the deferral. We're optimistic that we can resolve this matter in the coming weeks, and therefore would ask if the matter today be deferred and scheduled at the soonest available committee hearing date.
Very good. Questions, Mr. Niffel?
Mr. Chairman, I have a clarification. In all of the material that was sent out before, the reference to TMU was basically that they were going to participate. If they're a party to the request for deferral, I have a conflict, and I will excuse myself from this application.
Perhaps you, I will just confirm, TMU would be a party to the discussions?
They will, sir. They
Yes, okay.
are
Okay.
they are one of the parties requesting the deferral.
Thank you, then one member will recuse. Okay. Okay, panel, we still have quorum, and we have a request before us to defer. Is anyone ready with a motion?
Hold
Mr.
on,
Byatt?
sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We do have someone here registered. I think they're just observing, but I'd like to just confirm that. It's
Okay.
Cheryl Diego. So if we can just, she is virtual.
Cheryl, you've been unmuted. Cheryl, can you please try to speak? You've been unmuted.
Hi, Cheryl. We're just confirming if you're just observing or if you wanted to speak in interest to the application. Yes or no?
think we can take it from
Yes.
that she is not
Through you,
intent upon
Mr. Chair,
speaking.
yes, we
Yeah,
can
okay.
continue.
Okay then, thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. All right then, panel members, request to defer. Anyone have a motion with respect to that? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Having just both read the application and listened to the request from the agent, I think it's appropriate to move for a deferral of this application so that the parties can come together and resolve whatever the issues may be presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? It is seconded. Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. That vote's unanimous. Motion carries. Application is deferred. Thank you. Very good. The committee moves on now to application number 3, 183 Beatrice Street. On this application we have before us those materials submitted time of application. There is a previous Committee of Adjustment decision from 2015. There's email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. There is a staff report from Community Planning. And so we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning, committee members, Mr. Chair. My name is Enzo Lacasano from Arch DWG. We'd actually like to request a deferral as well in order to work with planning staff based on their comments that were issued to us on September 13th. My client was away and so was I, so we'd like some time to work through committee or planning's comments and come back with a resolution.
I see. Thank you very much. Okay, so we deferral request panel. Any questions here for the speaker, for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
I do just have one quick question. I was looking at the previous decision, which said that with regard to the ancillary structure, that there would be no plumbing in the garage, which was a garage at the time. So the previous decision basically said no plumbing, but this request is for a laneway suite, which will require plumbing. I'm not quite sure what's happened.
Well, the ancillary suite was just a garage at the time of this application. Then there was an introduction for laneway suites. So now the difference is that we're going to add a second story over the existing garage and turn that portion to a laneway suite, but maintain the existing garage.
Thank you.
Further questions for the applicant? Panel. Mr. Nipfel, please.
So is the request for deferral is so that you can consider the issue of angular plane, is that correct?
That is correct, because it seems that the planner may have misinterpreted the drawing. If we could go to the site plan for
No,
1 second.
we're not going to do that. No, we're going to.
Oh, okay.
No, we're not
Okay.
going to get into the
So,
application.
yeah, so what the issue here is the 5 meters to the existing dwelling. We're going to look at this with the planner and revise the drawing in order to meet the planning's request for more spatial separation between the existing house and the new laneway addition.
Thank you. Okay, panel, I think we're ready for a motion then. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move to approve the request for deferral.
And seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, does the motion indicate that the deferral is to allow them to reconsider the angular plane?
I think staff actually captured that as it was being explained, yeah. But thank you, Mr. Nipfel. So, application is deferred. And that'll take us to application number 4.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and
Just a moment, please. Yes, good morning to you. Just hang on a second while I make everybody aware of the materials that we've received in advance of today with respect to the application. So, this application is for 1423 to 1437 Bloor Street West and 278 Sterling Road. On the application, the committee has before it a copy of material submitted time of application, 6 photographs of trees, cover letter from the agent, September, planning rationale by Boosfield, September, arborist report, July, presentation materials by the architect, 13 September, and a site-specific zoning bylaw that affects the subject properties. There is a staff report from Metrolinx and another from City Planning. There is a letter from City Councillor, Ward 9, September 14. There is correspondence in opposition from the following addresses: 1369 BLOOR West, again from Suite 4, 1369, 220 Sterling, 40 Merchant Lane, 1369 BLOOR West, 1431 BLOOR West, from Sandra Giamarco, no address, 253 Sterling, 495 Clendenin, 21 Perth, and there are presentation materials in opposition from Christina Costa, who does not provide an address. Those materials received September 19. So now, welcome this morning. Please state your name.
good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Tom Jankos. I am with Kingset Capital.
Good morning to you. And
Before I begin, I do have
just a second,
sorry.
just if you will hang on for one moment, I'm just checking here to see if we have speakers registered in opposition. And somehow, moderator, I am missing that page. I don't know. No, pardon me. Here it is. Okay. Here we go. All right then. Yes, we do have speakers registered in opposition. So, Tom, you do have 5 minutes now to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I typically don't make deputations in front of committee. I haven't made one in 25 years, so I apologize if I'm a little rusty. We usually send our planners or lawyers, but I thought it was very important for me to come and speak to you in person. I'm responsible for Kingset's entire development portfolio. It's about 10 million square feet, primarily in the city of Toronto. And there's a bit of history on this file, and I'll walk you through it very, very briefly. We went through probably a 3.5-year process working very closely with city planner, the then councillor, Anna Balau, and city staff on this rezoning application. And what we had approved with council's unanimous support was a 18-story building that is being proposed or was approved in this very transit-rich neighborhood. So if you can please just help me walk through my slide deck. If I can ask you to go to page 1, please. What we have essentially is we are requesting a variance to increase the building height by 2 stories. Prior to making this request, we met with planning staff and we communicated some issues that we're having with the development. And primarily those interests are economic interests. Since we made the application, we had an 18-story building approved. Interest rates have skyrocketed, construction costs have skyrocketed. And in order to make this project viable, we needed to increase the density. So in that meeting with planning staff, we had various discussions, and planning staff communicated that they could only support 2 additional stories on the top of the building. It's a terraced building. The 2 stories that we're adding are the smallest stories of the building. We looked at shadow impact, etc., and planning staff provided a letter of support supporting the variances. So we went through a whole process that probably took about 3 or 4 months going back and forth with planning before the application was submitted. I know that economic interests aren't the test for a minor variance, but I do believe when you look at planning staff's comments and their support, the variance for height is an additional, I believe 6 meters, which is incredibly minor in nature. If I can ask you to go to the second page, which I believe you're at. Again, this area is experiencing a lot of development. Since our project was approved, and it was approved at council, there's been another project at 1405 Bloor Street West approved for 19 stories. We're currently at 18 stories, and that was approved by council through a settlement at the OLT. We did not appeal to the OLT. We typically don't. And after that, there's been a recent settlement approval at council at 221 Sterling Road, just southeast of our site, down the street, and that is for 3 towers, being 27 stories, 24 stories, and 21 stories. So when you look at the emerging context of this area, we're currently at 18 stories. We're asking for a modest increase to 20 stories. If you can please flip the slide deck. What's happening in this area, and the reason why there's so much growth, is this is one of the most transit-rich nodes in the city of Toronto. You are a walk to the Dundas West TTC station. You are a walk to the GO UPX station, which has a direct link into Union Station if you work downtown. You are a walk to the Lansdowne TTC station. And directly to the east of this site at St. Helens, Kingset Capital, has another development that is 31 and 27 stories in height along Bloor Street. And we are building a new transit station with Metrolinx that will have a direct link into Union Station. So you're going to have 4 transit stations in this area. This is where people want to live. This is where density should be occurring. And that's what we're trying to do with this application. If I can have the next slide, please. So what you see is this application provides a brick building with a public open space on site. And the architecture is incredibly articulated. It's terraced, etc. And this just illustrates what that's doing. And we're providing much-needed housing closer to higher order transit. The next slide, please. Thank you. What you see here are it's the 18-story building that was approved, and now we have a 20-story building that we're proposing. Next slide, please. That just illustrates. What we've done is we haven't changed the building envelope. We've simply extruded the smaller floors and gone taller by additional 6 meters. Next slide, please. In the section, what you see is the 2 additional floors that we're adding on the smallest portion of the building as requested by planning staff. Next slide, please. What this project is contributing on the left is $4.4 million in community benefits, including Section 37, which is affordable housing, an on-site POPs, and the traffic light that
Your
was
time is up.
requested.
Thank you. Okay, panel members, we do have speakers standing by to speak in opposition. Any questions at this stage of the applicant? Mr. Nipfel.
Did I understand you to say there is affordable housing included?
As part of a Section 37 contribution for this site, we are required to provide affordable housing on our other site that is down the street that I
Okay,
mentioned.
so it's linked to this, but not in this building?
It is linked, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'll ask you to resume your seat in the audience, please, until it's time for your opportunity to rebut. And moderator will ask the first speaker registered to speak in opposition to join us. Here in person, very good. Okay. We'll ask the speaker then to join us here at the front.
I have no opposition to this. I know it's the opposition. I'm observing. Well, I just wanted to know about, I'm actually talking.
Sir, can you actually just come up to the, and just state, you can sit down, state your first and last name.
Kaleem Kadir.
Mr. Kadir, are you here with respect to this application?
Yep.
But do you wish to speak on it?
I have no opposition to it. The only thing the gentleman didn't mention was about the Up Express is clearly in front also. He's completely correct about all the transportation, right? The only concern I had is I'm the owner of 1415 Bloor Street, and the laneway, I don't know if we can see a picture of showing, okay, Sterling. So my only thing is, issue was the laneway is going to be used for traffic coming out, but the Sterling, if they're going to take away parking spots on Sterling, because that's my shipping area. That's where like my transit.
Very good, okay. So that's your question to the applicant.
Yeah, but I have no opposition to anything, all right?
Okay, understood, but that's a valid question. So, you know, when the applicant has a chance to speak in rebuttal to the various speakers in opposition, he'll have an opportunity
Yeah, that's
to
what I
address
was-
that.
I was never in opposition.
I understood, okay, okay. You're here when, perhaps in concern, would better describe your thought, you're concerned about the parking situation.
Yeah, the traffic, the way the traffic's gonna flow out.
Okay.
Onto Sterling, 'cause there's a lot of, I think that's probably the worst intersection in Canada. It's been quoted as a few times. Yeah, it is.
Are you sure?
It's one of them. Like, my property sits to straighten out Symington, actually. If you see how Sterling comes on, it goes on to Symington. The property at 1450 was actually drive-through when we purchased it.
Okay. Panel members, questions for this speaker?
The issue today is whether or not variances should be granted to allow
Exactly.
the building to have 2 more floors and 1,000 square meters more gross floor area. Do those changes, do they create a problem for you?
No, they
Because
won't.
that's all that we're here for.
Yeah, exactly. That's why
We're not here to
that's why I
revisit
said
the
I was
whole
not in opposition
application.
at the start. I just wanted to observe.
Okay.
So it's having, no, that won't
Okay.
have any difference.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Moderator, we're going now to a speaker who is virtual.
Kara, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. I wanted to just clarify something. I understand that since
Just begin, please. Please begin by stating your name.
Oh, yes, it's Kara Sweeney.
Go ahead now. You have our attention. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Well, I wanted to just stop the clock because I understand that since third parties no longer have a right of appeal, that we are allowed to speak for longer than 5 minutes.
No, members of the public have 5 minutes to speak, and that's our rule. So you have 5 minutes to speak if you want to. You can take up to 5 minutes. Don't have to use all of it, but that's how long you have to speak.
Well, I understand that isn't the law, that the law actually allows us to speak longer.
That's not true and as far as I know, that's not so. I'm going to
Okay,
allow you
well-
5 minutes if you wish to take it.
Yes. I'm one of the members, the directors of South Junction Triangle Grows, and we have filed some materials on this matter, but it has a long history, and Mr. Jankos is correct. The Neighborhood Association filed an appeal of the city's approval of this settlement. We filed the appeal with the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the applicant brought a motion to dismiss. The applicant wasn't yet a party to the hearing, and that motion to dismiss was heard, and the appeal was dismissed. We have since filed a judicial review of that decision to preserve our rights of appeal, and we also filed a request for review of that decision, which was denied by the Ontario Land Tribunal. We continue to pursue the judicial review, and we're now seeking leave to appeal before the divisional court. So our grounds for the appeal are that the Ontario Land Tribunal didn't review any of our materials that were filed on the motion to dismiss and made a finding against us in the absence of, said that we didn't call any evidence when in fact we'd provided over 300 pages of evidence to support our appeal. And so we have been denied the due process that is permitted to us through the Ontario Land Tribunal, through the Planning Act, and we are now forced to pursue our appeal or our rights through the divisional court. So that appeal is outstanding. The leave to appeal will be heard in November, and we're hopeful that that will be successful. But in general, we have significant objections to the appropriateness of this development in the area. Mr. Giancos was correct. This area is under an enormous amount of pressure from developers. There are 7 development applications for this tiny little 1 kilometer area of Toronto. And those 7 applications are on top of a massive redevelopment proposal at 2,500 to 1,000 people at the Mocha site, which is just south of us. So that site in and of itself has caused enormous traffic problems already, and the city has now approved 4 or 5 of these massive developments that will add another several thousand people to this tiny little area. And it's of great concern to the residents because obviously we already, the other speaker is correct. It is one of the worst intersections definitely in Toronto, and the traffic backs up on a daily basis already. And these buildings have not even been built. So this is not sustainable in this neighborhood. We're a tiny little neighborhood, very small homes. Sterling Road is a single road north. So we're very concerned about the failure of the city to consider the cumulative effect of all of these developments. I'm not referring to any of these slides. My colleague, my friend Ms. Costa will, so you don't need to scroll through them. And I think what's most important is, so first of all, this is under appeal, and South Junction Triangle Grows believes that we have a very strong
Sweeney,
appeal.
I'll ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Yes, I guess our concern is this, but also we understand that that KingSett has sold the property. And so we're concerned about this behavior of coming and asking for more height even after they have sold the property conditional on this. So it doesn't seem to us to be a real legitimate appeal. And we believe that we have genuine objections to the matter, and that we deserve to be heard, that we have a right to be heard, and that this matter should not be approved by the board at this time.
Thank you. Your time is now up. Panel members, are there questions for Mr. Nipfel? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Sweeney, just to clarify, we're not here to reevaluate or renegotiate the entire development proposal, and as you've indicated, it's under appeal and that will be part of the appeal. All that we're here for is to, on the assumption that the development is approved, is to look at the applicant's request for additional density, 2 stories or 1,000 square meters. Do you have concerns about, because that's all that we're here for, do you have concerns about those matters, which is what we're going to evaluate and rule on today?
Yes. So our position is that the height is already offends all of the policy and bylaw and all of the other conditions that precedent to this site. So there is significant shadow impact from this development on the neighborhoods. The height of 18 stories directly abuts a tiny laneway and then all of the small housing. So the height already, that angular plane, and that they don't have appropriate setbacks for the height already from this back laneway. And that's of concern. So in terms of whether this is good planning, it's not, because they're already making egregious errors and really impacting the tiny neighborhoods in terms of shadow and height and
Thank you very much.
Traffic and parking.
Thank you. Okay. Panel, any further questions for this speaker? Okay. All right then. We have another speaker standing by. Let's carry on.
Christina, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. Could you state your name, please?
Christina, we're unable to hear you. Could you please check your audio settings? I'm going to try to call you in onto the meeting, so please check your phone.
We'll just wait and see if staff can make the connection so that we can hear the speaker.
Christina, you've been unmuted on your phone.
Okay. Hello? 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 Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you please turn off the audio?
Can people
from your
hear me?
computer,
Yes.
because we're hearing feedback.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Is that,
I think we're clear now, Christina. Good morning to you. State your name, please.
good morning. Yes, this is Christina Costa. I'm a resident of Sterling Road. I did provide an address, but I would prefer it not be shared on a public forum.
Yeah, I'd just like to...
And can we start the clock?
Christina, just a moment, please. I do have some words
Yes.
for you before you begin. You should take into consideration in your comments that the Committee of Adjustment this morning is considering an application for 2 extra stories. That's what we're specifically
Yes.
going to do. So I would ask you to address that issue, your concerns about that, if you have any. Go ahead, please.
Of course. So the reasons for denying this application for 2 stories is that this building cannot be accommodated for the original development, let alone the 2 stories. I'd like to show you the slide down, please, all the way down to the map, please, because I only have 5 minutes. That there are over 400 stories of developments coming in, and yes, it is Toronto's most confusing intersection, if you'll take BlogTO's word for it, but there have been over 2 accidents over the last 5 months, one in which involved a motorcyclist and a police car. So as you can see, this traffic is already quite bad. Adding more people is not going to solve that situation. If you can go down, please, 2 slides. We took up a survey of over 170 residents in the community, of which height was a huge concern. I think adding 2 extra floors is a terrible idea because of those results. Those results were shared with Councillor Bailao and they were ignored. If you could scroll down, please, to the KingSet survey. Thank you very much. All the way down. Yes, please. I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Thank you very much. So as it stands, the visitor parking does not relies on outside parking. We do not have the permits to suffice that. Mr. Kadir mentioned this. I respectfully disagree. This will impact him quite significantly because more people mean more parking spots and more visitors. If you can go down, I will, down on the slides, people do bring visitors. 2 additional stories of folks will bring more deliveries, more groceries, more visitors, maintenance workers, support workers, all of the above. And so there is not enough street space for both the traffic and the parking. If you can go down a little bit, there is no street parking available. What I'd like to show you in the diagram below, The yellow cars are cars that are constantly parked right there. Sterling Road is a very small street. It's the one with the truck on it on the right. There are two entrances here where people will start getting in and out of their Ubers because there's not sufficient parking in this building. So when they come to get their Uber, they are going to block traffic on Sterling Road, a one-way tiny street. They're also going to block traffic on Bloor Street and on Perth. As you can see, the entrances don't make any sense, and adding 2 floors more of people is a terrible idea. If you can scroll all the way down now to slide 14, what I'd like to share with you is that this is the warmest, hottest, Davenport is the hottest part of Toronto because of the development, and it's only going to get hotter. So if we care about the environment, stop packing people into less than 1 kilometer. Also, I wanted to mention that the traffic on Sterling, my husband was in an ambulance. It took 20 minutes for that ambulance to clear Sterling Road. Adding 2 more floors of people who might have medical emergencies, not a great idea. Also, I just wanted to mention Sterling has been, Kingset has been bad actors throughout this whole piece. You'll see a list of unresolved issues that their current tenants have had. So I don't buy the idea that, you know, we're trying to build more housing when they can't support the housing that they already have. And this property was put on the market less than 4 months after 18 stories was approved. So yes, Mr. Jankos is right. This is purely economical, and I think it's not what should be rewarded, because 2 extra stories really will break, if it hasn't done already, this space. I'd like to say that I've been personally, as a layperson, personally threatened by the lawyers of Kingset, that I will incur personally the cost. They will sue me for what I am doing. I am trying to fight for my community. This is an irresponsible development, and we can't have this. What I would like to confront with my last 1 minute is down to application issues. The original proposals have not been fulfilled. The City of Toronto took no position. They prematurely approved this, thinking that 2 other proposals, 1405 Bloor and 221, would be decreased in height. That did not happen. That's the assurance that Councillor Bailau gave us. Incorrect. 1405 has not been through the OLT. It has not been approved yet. 221 is currently being fought because these are irresponsible.
I shall ask you now to make your final comment, please. Make your final comment, please.
Requesting 2 more stories at this time is premature and a blatant attempt at profiteering during a housing crisis. The current application is not accurate. I'd like to show you that it does not reference the Bloor Street study, which discusses that transition needs to be low-scale residential, especially for areas to the south. So please refer to the character areas that are there. Also, refer to the shadow studies. This shadow study, as you can see, 2 extra floors will put the shadow into neighborhoods on Perth north of this area, and it's already covering a child's playground. So this is an irresponsible development.
Your time is now up. Thank you very much. Panel members, are there questions for the speaker? Okay. Hearing none, we shall move along to the next registered speaker, and I understand there is another speaker.
Through
Mr. Moderator, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've tried multiple times to reach the final speaker, Camille, and we haven't been able to.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and thanks for your attempts. Okay, so then that would be all the speakers. It's the opportunity now for the applicant to have an opportunity to rebut what was said, and I'll ask the applicant to address the issues that were raised and no others, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask a question before the rebuttal?
Question for?
To the applicant, before the rebuttal. I just, okay, so I wait because I thought we could have a chance to ask him.
I think we'll let the applicant do his rebuttal, and then we'll have questions after that, please.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what we've seen is the reason why I'm here. I didn't want my staff or our consultants to have to make this presentation and deal with some of the members of the public who we've been dealing with. But what I want to say is, again, our original application went through almost a 3-year process where we worked very closely with planning staff. We did not appeal to the OLT. This site is delivering a pretty modest 18-story building in an area that's served by 4 new transit, 2 existing transit stations and 2 relatively new transit stations. And council approved that application. Kara Sweeney and her group, which is a relatively small group who live in the single-family homes to the south of us, formed this group, and they've opposed our application and every other application that I'm aware of that's happening in this neighborhood. In terms of our application, they appealed to the OLT. That appeal was dismissed. They asked the OLT to review their own decision. The OLT dismissed that review. And then they're going through an entire other process that is aside from what we've had approved. The bylaws are final and binding. In terms of their concerns regarding traffic, all I can say is during the process, transportation staff reviewed our application. They have no comments on the variance that we're requesting. They are satisfied that there's no traffic issues. But above and beyond that, because there was a concern by Kara and her group regarding traffic, we agreed to make a contribution of $75,000 towards a traffic signal on Sterling Road. Councillor Bilal asked us to do that. Transportation staff asked us to do that, acknowledging that it was not required, but the community wanted it. I have reviewed the letters as well. I believe there's 7 form letters, and I think those were all sent out by Ms. Sweeney and her group, and I believe those people signed the form letters, so they're identical letters. And I am in receipt of the letter from the councillor. I did meet with the councillor on June 13 prior to making the application. I walked out of that meeting understanding that the councillor's office had no issue with the density and the height. However, I have seen her letter. I have spoken to her office yesterday, and I will leave it at that. But what we're dealing with is an incredibly vocal group of residents, primarily in the single-family houses to the south of us, that want nothing else to happen.
But rather than dealing with the nature of the group, let's deal with their concerns, please.
So I've addressed the concern regarding traffic. Regarding shadow, there is shadow studies that I can walk you through. We walk through these shadow studies with planning staff. So shadow cast to the north, and if you take a look at my presentation that we provided on page 10, we looked at the incremental shadow that is cast by the additional 2 floors, and that's how we landed at a 2-floor addition. Planning staff asked us to mitigate shadow at a certain point to a certain length, and the 2 stories that we're asking for provided staff with an amount of shadow that they found acceptable. I believe I've addressed the 2 primary concerns regarding traffic and the shadow was specifically related to the additional 2 floors that we're requesting. And then the other point regarding Kingset being bad actors, we've always tried to be forthcoming, and that's why I'm here in person in front of this committee. And what I also want to say is we are one of the largest builders of purpose-built rental in the country. We have a large portfolio. We have a fund that builds just affordable housing. It's called the Kingset Affordable Housing Fund. We have our first project that Nicole worked on in Etobicoke that we've done in consultation with city staff, Create TO, and the province and the federal government. So we are trying to deliver housing in Toronto, specifically in areas that are transit rich. And that's what this application represents, and I hope that I've addressed some of their comments and questions. If I have not, I am happy to speak to anything that I may have missed.
Thank you. Panel members, Ms. Chan first.
Actually, sir, I think that you have answered a good part of my question. It's little to do with what's actually been asked. It seems that the opposition or the public have a understanding that it's premature to come back to committee adjustment when there's appeal going on. But then you actually have answered that the land tribunal is the final binding bylaw. That despite of the November 2nd hearing at the district court, it will not affect.
They have dismissed their appeal. I've spoken to our lawyers. The city planning staff and the city solicitor have reviewed this application, and they also agree with us that we have a right to submit this application. It's not premature.
It's not premature. That's what I want to find. Yeah, that's what I want to confirm. But it seems that the understanding is the other way. It is. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Byatt, please.
Perhaps a question and comment more so, and I thank you for being so forthcoming in indicating why you've asked for this variance. And before us, it's the variance. It's not the 18 stories that's already in the works. You're asking for an adjustment and alteration to the development that's already in the works. I thank you for saying that it's really an economic issue.
It is, sir, and
Yeah.
again.
So, if I may,
Yes, sorry.
observe that, you know, you're a large company. You haven't, it's not something that you started doing yesterday. You've obviously been in business for a very long time. You likely have some really good professionals on your staff, engineers, hopefully somebody with economic background to anticipate that interest rates don't stay the same forever. They never do. I remember buying a house at 14% interest in 1981. So, you know, we watch interest as just a lay person. So I'm aware that interest rates can change. So decisions that I make to purchase, if I'm using bank loans, is contingent on what may or may not happen. It's a calculated risk. What seems to me, and I'm not addressing the issues that, you know, shadow studies and traffic and so on. I think 18 stories will already generate a certain amount of traffic. The 2 additional stories may not add that much more. But what concerns me is that this seems to be a miscalculation, an economic miscalculation on the part of the company, and there is an attempt to now rectify. I'm not sure if you can address that piece if you...
I'll try.
Thank you.
We have a series of professionals. My background is in planning, but we have people who are MBAs, et cetera. This property was purchased, or in the process of being purchased at several properties over the course of 3 to 4 years. So we started the application process 2.5 to 3 years ago, but we've been dealing with this property for at least 5 years. During that time, we've had interest rates increase, which at an unprecedented rate, but my father also tells me when he bought our first semi, it was a 18% interest rate, I think, in the 70s. So God bless him for paying that mortgage off. But you've had, the interest rates have increased, you've had unprecedented construction cost increases, all of these things happen. And often people will come to you and say, well, I need some more density, and they don't give you the reason why. I just want to be totally honest. Delivering housing, there's an economic reality. Economic winds shift, and we have to adjust to accommodate so that we can keep on delivering housing. And again, what I'm saying on this project is, this project's contributing about $4.3 million in community benefits. Again, affordable housing, a park in the area, an on-site privately owned park that's accessible to everyone. So we are not perfect, but what we are trying to do is, in order to deliver housing, we need to meet certain economic thresholds. And what's also happening as interest rates are rising is the bank is is very, very judicious in how they're lending as well. So if you had a rate of return that was 10% and 2 years ago, that made a lot of sense. The bank wants that rate of return now to be 12% or 13% because they're minimizing risk in their portfolio. So there's a series of things happening.
Okay, I think we get a sense of it now. Thank you
so much.
Yeah. Further questions for the applicant, Mr. Nip? First, then Ms. Chen.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also appreciate your candor in discussing the financial aspect of this, and I appreciate that. My question is a simple one. Are you aware of the planning department's added report where they're requesting for the contribution of $100,000?
We are, yes. Typically, the planning department asks for a prorated increase when you get more
Okay.
density.
And that doesn't pose any difficulty? Well, nice if you didn't have to pay it, but you're not going to object to it.
If the committee in their wisdom got rid of that, I'd be more than happy, but I understand,
Okay.
I understand the request.
Thank you.
Ms. Chan?
Okay, just very quick comment to my friend here about the miscalculation. I do not think, you forgot one factor is the pandemic in between, the 3 and 4 years. And then that, I think everything got sort of automatically got the estimate 20 and 40% of construction costs increased after the pandemic. That's to be fair to the applicant. I don't think that it is that much of a miscalculation or unexpected change.
Can I?
Okay, no, well, that was a question for you, so go ahead, yeah.
Just one more thing that's interesting in terms of construction costs. And when I started my career as a young kid, I was at Tridel, and I was working in the construction department. Now I work in land development. To deliver an underground parking stall at that point in time, it used to cost $20,000. You would build a stall for $20,000, and you could typically recoup about 50 to 75%. To build one underground stall in the city of Toronto right now, has gone in the past, say, 5 years from about $85,000 to $160,000 was the last cost we got per parking stall. So, and that's just one small microcosm of how construction costs have escalated, to your point. And the
Okay.
pandemic has
Thank you.
created,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll shut up.
Okay. Are there any further questions, panel?
No.
All right, so in that case, once again, I shall ask you to resume your seat in the audience. The panel's going to go into committee. During this time, only the panel will be speaking. We'll be having a frank discussion about the pros and cons of the proposal. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, I think we have discussed this. No, I have a motion, but would like to listen to other comments too. In my opinion, we are looking at 4 variances, and whether we are going to consider whether it's minor. And I will think that they are it's minor, and it's 20-story in that area. I think it's a good development of the land. And as they say, everything else, the transit, and I do not have any problem supporting it with the planning condition. I move for approval.
Yeah, okay. Well, are you moving a motion?
Yeah,
Would you like to hear from your colleagues?
Yeah, I'm waiting for
okay,
the comment.
okay. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Ms. Chan's comments, and I must say thank you to the agent again for being very candid about the reasons and the rationale for this. The 2 additional floors on an 18-story building is not excessive from my perspective. I understand the economic argument that was presented. I do also take into account the concerns of the neighbors feeling that there's excessive development. Unfortunately, in all these transit corridors and intersections, this is the nature of where the city is going. I'm glad it's not a 40-story tower asking for 5 or 7 stories, because that to me would be excessive. 20 stories is not an excessive amount. So I think this is a supportable application, and I'd be quite willing to support that as well.
Is that a motion?
I believe Ms. Chan had a motion.
Do you have any comments, Mr. Niffel?
Well, very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I think that this application has been very well researched and very well presented. I'm impressed with the applicant's presentation. I'm impressed with his honesty about the implications of finance on building housing these days, and it's realistic and quite acceptable. I'm also impressed with the degree of detail that the appellants had against the application. I do think that the concerns that were raised in opposition to this variance request are actually the kinds of concerns that are relevant to the entire bylaw, which, as we heard, is final and binding. So, and the only other issue to me is I'm not a big fan of using variances to put substantial increases on major developments. I don't think this is a substantial increase. As Mr. Byatt has indicated, it's modest increase to a rather substantial development. And as the applicant, I think, quite clearly illustrated, contextually it makes sense. So I have no trouble at all in supporting the application and the planning department condition for the cash contribution.
I'll just give you my thoughts on this. The applicant himself said that this was a detailed 3-year process. So what I take from that is that it was probably a pretty hard-fought 3-year process. In other words, you know, community opposition to height was taken into consideration in arriving at the 18-story maximum height. So in respect of that 3-year process, I am concerned about it. Less concerned because it's an 18-story adding 2 stories. It's, as Mr. Byatt pointed out, it's not 40 going to 45. But still, the 3-year process, I would imagine, was very long and hard fought. So from that point of view, I understand the neighbors' concern about additional height. And I can see where that would come from if I was living in a 1-story or 2-story in the area. So I will not be supporting the application. But I'd like the panel for a motion, please. Ms. Chan?
Sorry, Ms. Chan. Chair, if I could just add a comment.
Yeah.
And I think your point, just listening to your point, I think is very well taken. What comes to mind is, I think it was the previous Committee of Adjustment hearing. We had an applicant in the Young St. Clair area. There was a 32-story structure that, with consultation with the community, went to 35. What the applicant then came to the committee for was an increase of 5 more to 40.
I remember.
That to me was really out to lunch. This, on the other hand, I see it as more modest. So I kind of put that into perspective.
I understand that.
For myself at least. Sorry,
Anyone
Mr.
ready with a motion?
Oh, okay, I still have the same motion, move for approval with the planning condition for the cash contribution.
Very good.
Yeah.
Planning condition,
And there are 2 other conditions too, yeah.
the planning condition to apply with respect to the contribution.
Oh, I think that they have to comply with the Metrolink, yeah, review, yeah. Oh.
Okay. Staff, do you have that? Yeah, very good. Seconded by Mr. Niffel. So it is moved and seconded to so approve, subject to those conditions, Metrolinks and the contribution. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Opposed? Let the record show that Mullock was in dissent. The application is thereby approved. The motion is carried and the application is thereby approved. And with that, panel has now been in session for over 2 hours. We're going to take a 10-minute recess and resume at 10 minutes to noon. So thank you. 10-minute recess.
Mr. Chairman, if we continue at this rate, we're gonna be here to midnight.
That's what I was saying.
Would it be open, would you be open, and would staff be open to having a much shorter lunch break? I'm concerned with people that are sticking around till 9 o'clock at night to have something heard, they thought they'd hear at 3.
Well, my thought, Mr. Niffel, because we're only dealing with the 30 application agenda, I think the ones that had a lot of contentious issues and
There's still
we're
some
here
ahead
at
of
the front.
us.
I think we're going to finally get into a stretch where they move fairly
Okay.
quickly because they are minor requests, and I think you'll see the pace picks up.
Okay.
I've been concerned about the pace also,
Okay.
but I think a lot of the issues are, of the contentious issues are behind.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank Billy for 30 items.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh,
I was
he gets
surprised.
he gets a medal from me, I think he's great at getting them out early.
You should also know that because we stream on YouTube, yeah,
zoning review or way before?
Okay, so the zoning review is different than
She either puts in for a new zoning review, or if she knows exactly what it is and she doesn't want to waste her time, then she can pull in a waiver.
Right, okay.
I didn't want to talk, I just want to know, like, everybody got parking in that area, between you, you should have this. That area is so crazy. You know, you have so they're four homes there, you have one back.
Where did you get that hat? I made it. Oh, you made it?
No, it's custom made, it's not, it's by this guy, David the Dudley. He is the only,
David, what's the name?
is it,
Dudley.
like, is it called Millie or whatever?
Millinery.
Millinery, yeah, in Toronto, actually.
I have a neighbor
This
who
is
loves
custom.
gardening, and she always has trouble because.
Yeah, that's why I have this small hat, and then he kept, because his birthday present is quite expensive, actually. And then he kept saying, oh, we have to, and he was late, and we went back there and late, and he said, oh, you have a very small hat. And then we have to do it many, many times. Yeah, I like hats, but then it's true, this is the only one that actually really fit my style.
I hate hats on me. I look like a dork in a hat.
Oh, really?
But I got a bit of skin cancer on my ear,
Oh,
and now I have to wear a hat. Yeah.
No, actually, I wear hats both summer and winter because of my eyes.
Well, yeah,
I like to have the shadow. I have to have some shade. I mean.
You wear a kind of a beret too sometimes.
Yeah. Because for my eyes is better. The sun is. I like the sun too, but it's just not for my eyes.
Yeah.
I should wear sunglasses actually.
I wear sunglasses.
But I find I've been trying to find a pair that I like to look. The look
Sunglasses?
Of, yeah, so tough.
You know who sells really good sunglasses? Is the Mountain Equipment Co-op.
Oh, Mountain, yeah.
Mountain Equipment Co-op, they're online.
Yes, I know.
And their stuff lasts forever.
Oh, is it like outdoor use?
Yeah, well, it's because it's for people that go hiking and canoeing and stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
and
I didn't know that.
Mine.
I didn't know that was the place. I go for all these spectacles.
I didn't bring them. Oh, I did. These are there.
Yeah, let me see. And they're durable and, oh, okay.
They're really durable, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, you can run with this, for sure. It wraps around you.
Yeah, well, and because it does this, it doesn't bounce off.
Yeah, that's
great.
great.
They're great,
Yeah, thank you for telling me.
Okay.
Yeah, because I never thought there was a place for glasses.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, because it's a sports store.
Oh.
Just a reminder, you might want to mute your microphone when we're on a break.
Second.
To turn it off, right?
We resume with item number 5. And item number 5 is 358 Markham Street. The committee has before it the following materials and communication. Those materials submitted at the time of the application: 4 photographs of trees on the property from July, and there is correspondence from Community Planning, September, and also from Transportation Engineering, Transportation Services, September. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Morning, Chair Mullock. My name is Ian McLaren, 247 Sturley Road, West End.
Very good. Good morning to you. Okay, panel members, are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, and then Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A very brief question. Have you had discussions with the next door neighbor on the south about the proposed patio on the south side of your building on the second floor?
The owners have had discussions with the neighbors to the south, and that was not raised as a concern. The discussion with the neighbors to the south has been concerning the curb cut out front. And
applicant, I'll just advise you that your voice transmission is sort of electronically distorted to a degree, so please go slowly.
I apologize for that. Is this better now?
Yeah.
It's better.
The discussions with the neighbor to the south have concerned the existing curb cut and driveway. There is a right-of-way on title between the two neighbors, maintaining that as a right-of-way. And I would say that my main discussion point here is that I don't think that in response to transportation, I believe we cannot agree to have that curb cut remediated or removed because of the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Byatt, your question?
I didn't get the answer to my question.
Oh.
I didn't hear it. The second floor balcony, have they discussed that with the adjacent owners on the south?
Did you? Okay, could you address that issue, please? Second floor balcony?
My understanding is that they did not discuss it.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt.
On a similar vein, your third floor balcony requires privacy screening, I believe, both on the south and north sides. And the second floor, of course, is the issue because there's an overlook with your neighbor immediately, if I'm not mistaken. And if you've not had discussions with your neighbor, I suspect you may need some screening there as well.
We are happy to screen those balconies if the committee wishes to impose that condition.
Thank you.
If no further questions, I think we are ready to go into committee with a motion on this application. Mr. Byatt, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application. The only concerns which Mr. Niffel raised as well as myself, and that's for the third floor balcony and the second floor balcony. So I'd like to add condition that the third floor balcony have privacy screening to 1.5 meters on both the north and south sides. And the second floor balcony basically it's just on the south side.
Okay.
And there's a transport.
There's a transportation condition, but didn't the applicant indicate that he can't comply with it?
Let's ask the applicant again. Applicant, the transportation condition, if you could slowly tell us your reaction to the transportation condition proposed.
Yes, and I'm sorry that the sound is difficult. So there is a right-of-way currently on title, a covenant between this property and the property to the south, and that curb accesses the right-of-way. So my understanding is that we cannot agree to remove the curb cut because this will deny access to the right of way.
Mr. Chairman, I'm uncomfortable proceeding contrary to the transportation requirement. They don't require things very often, and when they do, they're very serious.
Okay.
And if this condition invalidates the proposal, then are we looking at a deferral? There obviously has to be discussions with transportation because, well, unless my colleagues disagree, I would still put that condition in.
What about to the condition to the satisfaction of transportation? As the condition, then they can discuss.
If I may just weigh in, I wonder if we leave the transportation condition in, and the applicant can then have that discussion at that point at an appropriate time. The
Or
conditions to
perhaps,
apply.
since you're the mover, what if you said the transportation condition or alternatives suitable to the transportation department? That gives
That
them
sounds
some
good.
flexibility.
To the
Would you accept
satisfaction.
that as a
Yes,
friendly amendment?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good way
That's good.
around it.
We got everything. We last through everything.
Okay. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, would that work? Okay, we can do that. Okay, so that's our motion?
Yes.
Seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is moved and seconded to approve with that condition. Those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is so approved on condition. That takes us to item number 6. And item number 6 is 582 King Street West. On this application, panel has before it materials submitted time of application, cover letter agent, July 21st. There are previous decisions affecting the property, 2 of them. There's an arborist report from July, a conservation plan from July, and a site-specific zoning bylaw, OLT, and presentation materials from the agent September 14. In comment, we have comment from Infrastructure and Development Services, also from Metrolinx, September 13. And so we shall ask the agent for number 6 to join us, please.
Yes, good morning, committee. Are you able to hear me?
We do hear you. You have a hollow sound. I'm not sure if you can do anything about that. Your voice is, but we do hear you clearly, so you're okay.
Okay, I'll try and be as clear as I can.
Very good. All right. On number 6 panel, are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, please proceed.
Can you clarify that I've read your, well, I'm assuming I've read your revised plans correctly. And if I'm not mistaken, the restaurant or the facility is on the basement and the main floor. Is that correct? But there's no kitchen.
That's correct. Yeah, that is correct. It's per the plans that were submitted.
So how do you prepare food, or do you not? Is it mostly a dance and drink place, or you must be able to prepare food somewhere? Is there a kitchen somewhere else?
There should be a kitchen kind of ancillary to the use. that would be included, yes.
Okay, I can't see it on the plans. That's, my concern is there another space in the building where you're proposing the kitchen? And then my second question was, you're actually not,
Applicant, we are hearing ourselves come back on your, you must have our volume turned up in your space there. Could you turn it down a little bit so we don't hear ourselves coming back?
Sure.
Thank you.
You submitted a basement plan and a first floor plan that shows the layout, and there's no kitchen, and you said there's a kitchen somewhere else. Is the intent of this variance to allow you to have these facilities anywhere in the entire building? Or you've shown us these two, but
No,
it's worded, it doesn't look like there's a
Can I-
limitation on where you would put them.
Chairman, can I interrupt? If you look at the supplemental plan, first floor, isn't there a kitchen on left?
No, there isn't.
Or do you have a different, yeah, there is,
Yeah, there's no
the
kitchen.
upper, isn't that, is that?
Let's get the applicant's thought on this. Applicant, do you understand the thrust of the question?
Yes, so there should be a kitchen per this use, and the use would only be applied to this area that's shown in the plan.
Okay.
Not throughout the rest of the building. That this is for the direction of staff. If we were to introduce another eating use in another portion of the building, we'd have to apply for another variance.
Okay, and there is a space that's not designated, but I presume it's a kitchen. My second question is the variance worded correctly, or should the variance say to remove H?
Well, this has been vetted directly through staff. So the point is to amend the H to provide for the eating establishment use. It was kind of acknowledged by staff while it was being drafted that it was somewhat of an error here. It's been approved, and our clearing of the conditions are going a little bit slower than we would have liked. So we're trying to get a new tenant in the building, and to do that we have to provide for a use that's already provided in the parent bylaw. We just need to amend this H.
Okay, and as it's proposed, just to clarify, there is no limit on the size of this use in the variance?
Well, it would, per the staff direction that we've gotten from committee, it would be upheld per these plans in this location of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bright, did you have a question?
No, I think I'm good, because basically it's, sorry if I may.
Okay.
It really is, what you're asking for is a change in the use of the space.
Yeah.
I imagine that, and I'm looking for the kitchen, and I can't see kitchens either, but at the end of the day, when this comes to fruition, a kitchen will have to be designated somewhere, and you'll probably require certain conditions to be met. So I have no real concerns about this application.
Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Bright, go ahead, please.
Can I ask the Deputy Secretary Treasurer a question?
Go ahead.
Is there any concern on your part that there's no limit on the size of this use? Basically, it could be the entire building, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bright, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to approve. I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this particular.
Is there, I think there's Metrolinx and transportation, I thought had something.
Sorry, I didn't notice transport, but presumably there is one. Transportation email.
They have no objection.
They have no objections.
So
Okay.
Rockport has no objections,
just
and I think Metrolinx is really a warning.
Yeah.
It's a warning, yeah.
Yeah, they term
It
as a
should
warning.
probably be included, I would think.
Yeah, please note to Metrolinx warning.
I think it should be included by myself. Are you comfortable with that?
As long as the agent is aware that they aware of the Metrolinx warning, they'll have to abide by that, I imagine.
Okay.
But yeah, there are no other conditions attached.
Okay. And I'm seeing Mr. Nipfel second. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please. Show of hands. That motion is carried by unanimous vote, and the application is approved. Thank you. Number 7, 1959 Gerrard Street East. On this application, panel has before it materials submitted, time of application, plus revised first floor plan, September 13. 3 photographs of trees, July. Cover letter from the agent, September. Staff reports from Metrolinx and also from City Planning. There was correspondence in concern from 50 Devon Road and 1995 Gerrard Street East, both received during September. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and Committee of Adjustment staff. My name is Andrew Palumbo of Ian Hall Planning Limited, and I am the planner and agent for 1959 Gerrard Street East. And my address is 38 Betty Nagle Street in Toronto.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, moderator, we do have speakers registered here to speak in interest.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have 2 speakers ready to go. The first speaker on the list has decided not to speak.
Okay, fine. All right then. Mr. Palumbo, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. And let's just, your audio might be a little bit off, so I'll tell you as you get going whether we can understand you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, can everyone hear me now?
I do hear you now, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, I will try to be brief in my presentation to the committee this afternoon, given that a more detailed planning justification letter has been submitted in support of this application. And my opinion is that this is a fairly straightforward application. It's very technical in nature, and it essentially involves the legalization of an existing mixed-use building in its current condition and form. This is a building which contains an existing ground floor commercial unit and a total of 10 residential rental units, as well as 3 surface parking spaces at the rear of the building, as well as 3 proposed bicycle parking spaces. In order to do so, a single variance is required in order to permit the existing 2 residential rental units that are present on the ground floor of the existing building, as residential uses are only permitted above ground floor non-residential / commercial uses and not on the same level. Again, this is an existing condition that has existed on this site for decades, and I do note that this site is already appropriately designated and zoned for mixed-use purposes accordingly. Given that the building continues to provide for an existing commercial component of the portion of the ground floor of the building, the intent and purpose of the mixed-use building itself is thereby being maintained. In my opinion, the variance required to implement this proposal is appropriate and will result in a built form that will continue to respect, reinforce, and remain in keeping with the existing character of this neighborhood, as the requested variance will not result in any new or adverse impacts of a planning nature on the surrounding area, given that there are no proposed changes to the existing building itself in question. And lastly, there are no issues with the Metrolinx warning clauses the warning clause, I should say, that's been provided, nor are there any issues with the condition of approval recommended by city planning staff in their comments. So overall, it is my opinion that the proposed minor variance application at 1959 Gerrard Street East meets the 4 tests for a minor variance under the Planning Act, represents good planning, and should be approved by this committee. And I understand that there are deputants that are registered, so I would like to now hear their concerns and be able to respond when time to do so. Thank you very much for your time, and happy to answer any further questions as well.
Thank you very much. Are there questions at this stage, panel? I have one for you, applicant, and that is the 2 units, are those units occupied at the present time?
As far as I'm aware, they are, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go to the first speaker standing by, please.
Rand Hersing, you've been unmuted.
Okay, I will.
Good morning or good afternoon. Could you state your name, please?
Yeah, this is Randir Singh Nikam. I am to the immediate east of 1959 Gerrard Street East. My address is 1961 Gerrard Street East.
I'm sorry, do you live next door or do you live in the building?
I live next door in the unit in the house 1961 Gerrard Street East, which is to the immediate west. I will pass it on to my wife, who is sitting with me. She will speak on my behalf on this application.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Neha Aswal, and I live with my husband to the immediate east of the building at 1961 Gerrard. And we just had some concerns, as had been identified in our email sent on September 13th with regards to the parking situation and the proposed parking in this new plan. Yes, it's been an existing building, but the parking has never been as shown in the plan that was sent out with the letter regarding the hearing. So we just wanted to understand if there are going to be designated spaces that will be marked for the parking, because as indicated, it's a dwelling with 10 units, but parking spaces, there are only 3 identified. We are a little concerned about it because even during the construction and restructuring or whatever was going on indoors, while they were preparing the building, we had multiple instances where the right of way or the path to enter the back door, the parking area, was blocked by construction workers and stuff. And we did try reaching out to the management, but we were never entertained, did not hear back. So we have a serious concern as to how the area or the parking spaces will be identified. And if there are infractions, then who are we supposed to get in touch with? My other concern, and I did include the photographs as well, is with regards to the narrow laneway between these two constructions, so our house and the building. So what's coming up is, I don't think those are the pictures that we sent in. But either ways, so there's a very narrow laneway between the two buildings that's primarily used to move our garbage bins, to keep them on the main street where the garbage truck picks them up from. If you look at my letter and the pictures included, they already have installed multiple air conditioning units in that narrow laneway that should be left open. It's infringing on our property lines, and we did submit a complaint after repeated instances of trying to reach out to management to discuss it. And we will be pursuing the complaint further with the bylaws department. So our main concerns are regarding those two things.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next registered speaker, please, moderator.
That completes the registered speakers. They work together.
Okay, then we'll go back now to the agent, who will have a chance to address issues raised by those two speakers. And I guess the question there, agent, was, is there any plan to refurbish the parking area, which...
Through you, Mr. Chairman, one thing I can confirm is that, as per the plan submitted, there will be limited to only 3 spaces, and it will be marked. I could also advise that, obviously, transportation staff was circulated this application. They did not provide any comments regarding any concerns with the proposed parking layout. One thing I will actually clarify, when we originally submitted the application for a zoning review, there was a very slight deficiency in terms of the actual alignment of the parking spaces, and it was basically corrected so that 3 compliant parking spaces are now provided on site. So that's one thing I can say with respect to the parking. With respect to the maintenance issue of waste bins, this is something again, it's not really relative to the minor variance before the committee itself today, but it's something that can be communicated with the property management company to hopefully maybe arrive at some sort of resolution separate from this actual application itself.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant panel. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
I understood from the lady next door that there were air conditioning units that have been placed in the side yard and they extend past the property boundary onto her property. Could you speak to that?
That is actually not something I am aware of. Again, when we submitted the plans were prepared based on what exists today, and that's what was circulated for zoning review. That's all I could. That's all I am aware of in terms of the actual variances needed to implement the current building as it exists today.
Further questions, panel? Hearing none, let's take the application into committee for a motion. Or discussion. Anyone with any comment?
Maybe I'll kick off with this, Mr. Chair. I think before us we have just one item on the agenda, one variance requested, and basically it's a legalization issue. And notwithstanding the neighbors' concerns, which are quite valid, but before us we have this issue of legalization or not. I don't see a major issue with it, although, again, it's always a case of something done illegally and then we have it in front of us to legalize. So I personally don't see a big issue with this particular application, but so I'd be quite happy to move approval of this application with the caveat that we don't condone this type of request. I believe there are one condition, there's a planning condition involved, and a Metro Links warning.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is approved. Item number 8 is 212 GLENAYR Road. Panel is looking at those materials submitted time of application. Pardon me. There is a revised site plan from September 12 for photographs of trees on the property, July. Cover letter from the agent, September 12. There's a planning justification, September 14th. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry. And there's correspondence in concern from 214 GLENAYR, which would appear to be next door. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman. It's Andrew Palumbo, V&Hall Planning Limited. I'm also the planner and agent for 212 GLENAYR Road. Address is 38 Betty Nagle Street in Toronto.
Good afternoon. Just stand by for a moment. Moderator, we do have registered speakers here? Standing by? Okay. So on this application, Mr. Palumbo, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will again try to be brief in my presentation to the committee, given that a more detailed justification letter has been submitted in support of the proposed development, which is contemplating the demolition of the existing dwelling on the site in replacement of a new 3-story single detached dwelling that is 384.4 square meters in size for a total FSI of 0.8, and which includes a rear ground level deck and patio, rear in-ground swimming pool, a rear second floor balcony, and a front and rear third floor balcony. And each of the proposed balconies are 4 square meters in size, which I'll get to a bit later in my presentation. So in my opinion, this is also a fairly straightforward application, which requires the approval of the following 3 variances in order to implement the proposed development. The first is an increase in maximum FSI from 0.65 to 0.8, which is about a 23% increase in the permitted FSI, or an additional 70.48 square meters of GFA. This is a typical FSI observed in the Forest Hill South neighborhood of the city. This is an established neighborhood that is well known for its larger, taller, more luxurious homes. For added context, in 2022, a minor variance application was approved with respect to 210 GLENAYR Road, which is directly adjacent to the south of the subject site, and which also proposed an FSI of 0.8, which is identical to this proposal. But in addition, there are no further built form variances required to address setbacks, except for a minor 30 centimeter south side yard setback reduction, which I will also speak to in my presentation to this committee. Lot coverage increase, maximum building length or building depth increase, maximum building height increase in association with the additional proposed FSI, which just further augments that the requested increase in FSI is modest in scale and minor in nature, and not representative particularly of an overdevelopment at the subject site. Secondly, the proposed development requires a very modest reduction to the south side yard setback from 1.2 meters to 0.9 meters, which is a 30 centimeter reduction, close to about a foot. In this case, though, it's important to note that a majority of the south side yard does actually comply with the 1.2 meter setback. The reduction to 0.9 meters is only required for roughly 4.7 meters of the total 17 meter south side wall, as there's a small bump out along this wall to accommodate a fireplace area in the main dining room on the first floor of the dwelling. So as such, a side yard setback reduction is really only required for about 28% of the side yard, while the remaining roughly 72% of the side yard complies with the 1.2 meter side yard setback requirement. In addition, and lastly, the proposed development requires a variance to permit the 2 proposed rear balconies, as only 1 balcony is permitted along the rear at or above the second story of the dwelling. Firstly, and as previously mentioned, each of the proposed balconies at the subject site are compliant with the required maximum size as identified in the zoning bylaw as at 4 square meters or 43 square feet, which again are intended for smaller, more intimate and private gatherings, sort of similar to a morning or evening coffee type of balcony, that type of setting. The size limitation of the proposed balconies limits the ability for parties or larger social gatherings, which would understandably be more of a concern for surrounding neighbors, but this is not the case here. Secondly, it should be noted that the proposed third-story rear balcony does, in my opinion, it incorporates thoughtful design that builds the balcony into the proposed roof. So this thereby allows the balcony to be completely screened or shielded from both north and south views, and thereby eliminating privacy and overlook concerns in these directions. The only plain view of the third floor balcony is from the west, and this is the most removed and separated of the adjacent neighbors. So there we're again minimizing overlook and privacy from that perspective, coupled with the smaller zoning compliance size balconies. So in my opinion, the variances required to implement this proposal are appropriate and will result in a built form that will continue to respect, reinforce, and remain in keeping with the existing character of the Forest Hill South neighborhood, as requested variances will not result in any new or adverse impacts of a planning nature on the surrounding area. And lastly, there are no issues with the standard urban forestry conditions of approval recommended by City Urban Forestry staff in their comment letter. So overall, it is my opinion that the proposed minor variance application at 212 GLENAYR Road meets the 4 tests for a minor variance under the Planning Act, represents good planning, and should be approved by this committee. Thank you again very much for your time this afternoon, and happy to answer any further questions.
We have one for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nipfel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we get the third floor plan on the screen? How do you access that balcony?
It is my understanding it's through a door in the back rear wall where the bedroom is. It's off a bedroom, so.
Sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
Oh, my apologies.
Go slowly. You are a little bit electronically distorted, so just go slow.
So I'm actually trying to pull up a copy myself so I could zoom in. It was my impression that it's right off the rear wall. It should be just a door off the bedroom.
Okay, there's some confusion as I read the opposition. People aren't aware of a number of the people that wrote in weren't aware there was a rear balcony, and I can understand that because the drawing isn't that clear. I saw the balcony, but I couldn't find an access, and I wasn't sure if it existed or not. And as you indicated, it's buried in the roof, so it doesn't show on the elevation drawings. The other thing is it's not included in the purpose of the application. And it's subject that at least one of the people is objecting to, and she's assuming there's a balcony, but she doesn't know. So I think the purpose needs to include the rear third floor balcony. And if there's confusion by the people that are in objection about the balcony. I'd be inclined to think this needs to be deferred because I think the confusion's quite understandable.
Okay, all right.
Can I add to that point? If you look at the floor plan and zoom in, the little look like window, but actually it did mention door seal, so it's a door. It's like a sliding door or something, or a swing door. It did say door.
It's a bit much to expect the general public to pick up
but
on
if
that.
they can,
That's
they can.
incredible detail.
Yeah, I understand, but then that is what is being proposed. It's a door. Yeah.
Okay, and I have concerns that it's not in the purpose.
Okay. Let's hear from the person who's standing by to speak in opposition and go from there. So moderator, that next speaker, please have them join us.
Jason,
Good
you've
morning.
been unmuted.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm here, my name is Jason Cadis-Bendena, and I'm here with my wife, Megan Aston-Leibold. We are the owners of 214 GLENAYR Road. We are here in opposition to the plans of 212 GLENAYR, believing that they are not minor, not desirable, contrary to orderly development, good orderly planning, and representing tangible harms. As outlined in our written submission of September 12th, we are a young family with 2 small children, ages 8 months and 3 years. Our 3-year-old suffered a documented severe brain injury at birth that affected his parietal and occipital lobes, negatively impacting coordination, causing him to periodically drag his right foot and often trip and fall. It is worth noting that our 3-year-old has been in physiotherapy for almost his entire life since birth, and is followed by developmental clinics and has been assessed for orthotics. Speaking to the driveway, the application's request to recurve the street, moving the driveway from the south property line to the north property line, drastically increases the possibility of a car running onto our property, damaging our property, and hitting our children, noting that our driveway runs directly along the south property line. It also puts moving cars beside our driveway, putting both our children at risk, but especially our child with a brain injury who often trips and falls. We are very concerned that this application will impact the well-being of our family. Recurbing the street to move the driveway also provides for both our neighbors, 216 GLENAYR Road and 212 GLENAYR Road, to put their garbage bins on either side of our property line, creating excess and unfair mess that will be picked up by our children and become health hazards. Given that 212 GLENAYR is being built by a developer for sale, not for purpose, we ask the committee to maintain the integrity of the existing street structure in consideration of the dangers to our family that moving the driveway represent. Speaking to the 3rd floor rear balcony, it was unclear to us whether or not this balcony existed, as was indicated in our initial letter. We also indicated that we have received a permit to build a deck with a privacy fence in our backyard. The Toronto permit number has been provided. The balcony would overlook our deck and make a privacy fence ineffective. The same balcony would also provide a vantage point to look into our master bedroom. I do not know if this balcony being within the roofline completely negates the ability of someone on that balcony to look onto our property. Given that Mr. Ian Hall has noted in a submission of September 14th that the rear balcony is to be used by the for the purpose of the future owner's relaxation, we contest that the other 2 balconies in the rear deck provide that function, and removing the 3rd floor balcony to protect our privacy would not limit the enjoyment of the future owners of 212 GLENAYR. Speaking to the floor space index and the side yard setbacks, firstly, as Mr. Ian Hall stated, the setback for 210 GLENAYR Road was only 0.74 meters, approximately 2 feet from the north property line that is shared by 212 GLENAYR Road. The very close proximity of the homes, coupled with the large size of the homes, leads us to fear for a lack of fire separation and our general life safety if there is a fire, noting that the size variance being requested for 212 GLENAYR is plus 23% and is not minor to our minds. I would like to call attention to the application for 212 GLENAYR, speaking to the use of fire retardant materials. However, our 1915 home is made of brick and wood and is conversely very flammable. Please note that there is also a north side setback of 0.9 meters that is present on the plans but not discussed as a variance. The length of this 0.9 setback is 2 meters or 6.7 feet. I don't know why it's not indicated on the application. Secondly, there are also concerns around the builder's ability to build a home with under 3 feet of clearance from the property line. For example, fencing, scaffolding, material transit, etc. We do not wish to have our property or its enjoyment impacted by this application, especially considering our child's disadvantages. We understand and respect an individual's right to build on their own property. We simply want to ensure that our family is safe, our right to privacy is ensured, and our enjoyment of our property is in no way impacted, especially given our children's need for full access of our property, as their brains, being as young as they are currently very plastic, and their development requires our ability to fully utilize our backyard and our side yards for play. We thank the chair and the committee for their consideration of our concerns and our requests.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do I understand, I'm very sympathetic with the constraints that you have due to your child's disability. Do I understand that your objection would be addressed if the driveway were placed on the other side of the property, further to the south?
Largely, yes. If the driveway remained where it currently is and where the street is currently curved, the majority of our objection would be remedied. Secondly, we would request, if you were to approve the side variance setbacks, that a permanent fence be erected for the duration of the construction along between our properties, so that we can continue to enjoy our property. I don't know how to alleviate the concerns over.
Yeah, the question was about the driveway specifically. Okay.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any further questions? No, okay. And moderator, we have someone else standing by. Will that person be speaking?
Bonnie, you've been unmuted. Hello, Bonnie, you've been unmuted. Can you please try to speak? We're not able to hear you, Bonnie. I'm going to try to phone you into the meeting.
We'll just stand by for a moment, everyone, until staff connect with the next registered speaker.
Are you able to hear me?
I do hear you. Would you state your name, please?
I think this is an error. I did not request to speak today.
Okay, so you don't wish to speak?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're clear now. Very good.
Appreciate it.
All right, then now it's the turn for the applicant. The applicant will have an opportunity now to speak in rebuttal to points raised by the first speaker in opposition. Let's go back to the applicant, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we do hear you now. That's Andrew once again.
Yes, this is Andrew Palumbo.
Go ahead.
Mr. Palumbo. Ian Halls is the name of my company, but it's understandable why there was just a minor mistake in that deputation from the neighbor. I will say up front, I obviously deeply sympathize with this situation. Just to give some background as to the driveway location. Firstly, I will say, obviously, this was circulated to internal city departments. No departments or staff, planning or transportation or otherwise, flagged any concerns with the driveway location. And the reason it was chosen in the first place, as I understand it, was to ensure that a city tree along the front of the property was not impacted. So it was sort of designed around an existing tree. So that's the reason, as I understand from the architect, why this was chosen. Then the driveway is shown why it does, and the way it's been presented on the plans. With respect to the side yard, yes, I should make quick mention of the fact that there is a small, there's again, the fireplace at the north part of the family. There's also the same similar request in a 0.9 meter for that one. It's a very, again, it's such a minor portion but it does not represent the entire full side yard being needed for a 0.9 meter setback. It's just was primarily a 1.2 meter setback. And for the reasons I previously identified, I do believe this is an appropriate FSI for this neighborhood specifically, given precedent approvals and just basically what exists already on the ground today in this neighborhood. Again, not sure if there's any further questions. Again, with respect to notice, I do see that there's a variance number 2 requires the relief from that provision, but I understand. Rereading the actual notice itself and looking at the public notice sign, I see why there is some confusion.
Okay. Panel members, we can now, we have your questions now for the speaker. Please go ahead. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, lead off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You heard the next door neighbor's concern about his child's disability and the concern, and rightfully so, of a driveway immediately adjacent. I noticed that there's a driveway, however, between that house and the house that you're proposing. Would it be possible for you to install a hedge or some other element along the north property line to protect?
Without direct consultation with the owner, I would believe this something would absolutely definitely consider as to in order, safety of this individual is very important. I imagine the owner would treat it the same way. So I'm more than happy to explore options to ensure some level of safety for this individual. Again, you have to sympathize with these situations and do the best you can. I couldn't agree more.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, panel? Mr. Byatt, please.
Just the one, I think Mr. Nipfel mentioned that the purpose, I suppose, needs to be amended to include a third-story balcony. I do recognize that the balcony is almost completely contained within the roof line, so overlook is not an issue. Second floor balcony, however, doesn't show any privacy screening on the, I believe it's the
both sides.
On both sides, yeah, north and south sides.
Yeah.
So I think that's something that would be of need.
Yep.
And the other question I had was, in the back of the house, you've got a stonework patio. Is that permeable material by any chance?
That is something I would have to confirm through you, Mr. Chairman.
I would certainly like to be able to add a condition that both the patio in the rear and your driveway in the front be produced with permeable materials.
That's not uncommon, through you, Mr. Chairman. That's not an uncommon condition.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not hearing any more questions, so I think the panel is ready to go into committee and move to a motion.
Sure.
Mr. Byatt, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Before us, we have essentially very straightforward variances that are being requested. They in themselves are not problematic from my perspective. I would like to add a couple of, one is that the purpose needs to be amended, so this would be an amended application that includes a rear third-story, third-floor balcony, a rear balcony. Currently, it only mentions front third floor. The other is that there's a forestry 1 and 2 condition. And we need to add privacy screening on the second floor balcony on the north and south side.
Rear, second floor rear.
I'm sorry?
Second floor rear.
Rear, that's right. And the rear patio and front driveway be produced out of permeable materials.
Very good. Seconded by Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, before I seconded, the comment about providing some kind of a solution for the little boy that lives next door, could I ask the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is it preferable to put a condition in that work together on some solution, which I think is vague? Or can we indicate in the minutes that the applicant agreed to work with the owner at 214 to provide for some protective measures between the driveway and the property on 214?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest it be for the record.
Okay, good. Then I'd second the motion, and if we could add that to the minute, to the record.
Very good. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor, please show your hands. And that vote carries the motion unanimously. The amended application is so approved. And panel moves on to number 9. (241) Church Street. On this application, we have those materials submitted, time of application. There is an arborist letter, July. Planning rationale, July. Transportation consultant letter, also received July. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services, September, and a staff report from Metrolinx, September. And just checking with you, moderator, do we indeed have one person standing by and concerned to speak here?
No, we do not. That was, they've been removed from the list.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then let's go to the agent and have the agent join us by stating your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Bissett with Bousfields. I'm the agent for the applicant on the application.
Very good. Good afternoon. Question for you from Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Bissett. If you look at the variance that you have before us, I'm just questioning the wording. It says, in this case, no residential occupant parking space will be provided as required on this lot, but the variance removes the requirement. So should as required not be removed from the variance?
Yeah, that's not necessary. I think you could just say no residential occupant parking spaces will be provided.
Okay, can you verify that that's what you're asking for then?
I can verify that that's what I'm asking, so it's removed the words as required on this lot.
Good, thank you.
Good.
Appreciate that. May I proceed?
Any further questions? Mr. Byatt?
Yeah, what would be, I'm a little puzzled, and perhaps you can help me. You've got a 53-story mixed-use building being proposed. Oh.
Approved. That's already approved.
Sorry, it's already approved.
That's right.
I'm not sure how many residents you're going to have in it, but I imagine there must be a substantial number. And this application is basically asking that no resident have parking space. Is that correct?
Correct. So if I just to indulge you in the answer, so this was approved very nearly, like almost on the cusp of when the city passed their new bylaw. It wasn't enforced yet. It was passed after the bylaw where the city 89-2022, where they actually removed minimum parking ratios throughout the city. That was under appeal and came into force after the adoption of this. So we, obviously, if it were enforced, it wouldn't even have applied to this application. So yes, it's zero parking, which is in line with, and what this application is to align with the city's new bylaw, effectively, that just wasn't enforced at the time when this was passed. And while it is going to zero parking, in this case, and I know there's various applications throughout the city where this is being sought, this at the northeast corner of Church Street and Dundas East, obviously very close to the most higher order transit and subway stations in the city in terms of being quite close and walkable. Dundas Station, College Station, obviously Dundas has streetcar service. Union Station is to the south. Yeah, this is a location which will have a large number of units. It's a tall building. but it's aligning the sort of bylaw with more in line with the city's new bylaw that was passed in the same year, 2022, just happened to not be in force at the time of the application. I hope that helped.
If I may just add to the question, so by eliminating the parking, required parking spaces for occupants, what's the benefit to the developer?
Well, there was 2 floors of underground parking.
Yeah.
And now there will be no requirement for the 2 floors of underground parking. There would still be below grade for bike parking and things of that nature. So, yeah, you can see there's 1 level below for bike parking and mechanical and things of that nature. So, obviously, there's some improvement there, but in essence, the intention is to align it with the new bylaw, but there would be that benefit. That would be the desirable aspect of it in terms of the development.
So presumably this eliminates the need to dig down.
Correct, as far, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, a quick one. Do you have a requirement for car share spaces in this case?
No. No, there's no requirement for car share.
Car share space,
No.
right?
That's correct. There's no requirement for car share.
So, but then there's still some kind of parking for maintenance and whatever needs?
Yeah, there is a Type C loading space and a Type G loading space. So there are, effectively a Type C is a very small space. It's sort of meant for sort of smaller deliveries or in and out, sort of like you're suggesting. And then there's a larger move in, move out, like larger loading space as well.
Okay. What about barrier-free drop-off spots or barrier-free visiting parking? Is there no requirement for that either?
No, there's no requirement in the bylaw that was passed for that. And then this is to remove the resident parking spaces. The base bylaw already didn't require the visitor. This site has frontage on both Dalhousie, Church, and Dundas.
I'm sorry, I can't understand. There's no barrier-free parking at all for visitors or for the residents? No, absolutely.
There would be no parking whatsoever. That's right.
Okay.
And so that's what's being proposed.
No, that's what you're asking for, but the bylaw still asking for 0.1 parking space per unit, right?
Yeah, for the residents, the bylaws was passed was for 0.1. Subsequent to the approval, the new bylaw came into effect, removed any requirement for resident parking. So this is to align with the new bylaw as it relates to resident parking. So to align the site-specific bylaw to the new bylaw approved citywide as it relates to resident parking, which requires a minimum of 0. So it's aligning that. And there was no objection. There was, as you'll see on this, in the materials, transportation had no objection, and planning staff had no objection. Saw no remarks from them. Metrolinx had no objection. I often look for that to see at times if it's in an area that doesn't have as much transit. Engineering does have some concerns in these circumstances. In this case, I was very interested in seeing what would come back from engineering, and that came through. So I was, and Metrolinx had no objection to it. So that was, to me,
thank you.
Important.
Okay, I haven't finished. So you said that there's no barrier-free requirement for any kind of drop-off. So if there is a need, which side of the street or which one they're going to use? Let's say barrier-free transit, whatever you call that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if there were, right, if there were some drop-off to occur, whether it's barrier-free or any, it would likely occur on Dalhousie. I mean, that was all reviewed during the application, which was approved in 2022, which had no visitor or retail requirement for parking. So because it has 3 frontages, I mean, given that Dalhousie is the sort of secondary of the Church and Dundas, it would likely occur there to a certain extent. But we expect that most that would occur on Dalhousie, and then most of the residents would obviously use transit or bicycle. But to the extent that people need to, they can use Dalhousie.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel. Let's take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Niffel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, this is a major change, and doesn't fall into what we've seen previously today, which is sort of minor tweaks to a development proposal. However, the proposal is consistent with the planning policies for the city. I think applied to this site, they're wrong. I have the same concerns that my colleague had, well, actually both my colleagues do, in that there's no accessible parking spaces. I don't think that works. Yes, it's close to transit, yes, it's close to roadways, but it seems to me to preclude people with disabilities from using the property. And on that basis, I'm not going to be supporting the application.
Panel members, other comment?
I can add my comment, and that's the initial concern I have. I know that the tendency of the zoning bylaws to sort of minimize parking requirement, which I understand. But on the other hand, it doesn't seem to have any kind of consideration that for accessibility. I think that if they have at least even one barrier free for residents, visitors or barrier free, that will make the application not as major. To me, it is a major step to zero parking, and also no consideration for car share space or accessibility. I cannot support this either. Yeah,
okay.
It's premature.
I think I feel similarly with to my colleagues. I think the whole idea of reducing parking in the city is commendable. You know, cities, densely populated areas don't require that many vehicles. But to assume that a 53-story mixed-use building should not have any parking seems a little out of touch with what the realities of residents will be. So I can't support this application.
Okay. And I am with my colleagues on that. So anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go right ahead, please.
I'd like to move for refusal.
It is seconded by Mr. Niffel. So moved and seconded to refuse. Those in favor of the motion, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion is carried. The application is refused. Panel moves along to item number 10, 6 Walter Street. We have before us those materials submitted, time of application. An arborist report, July. Presentation materials from the agent, September. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry. And there is correspondence in support from 12 Walter Street. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, committee. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. State your name, please.
Yes, my name is Magnus Clark. I'm an architect with Paradigm Architecture and Design at 2198 Gerrard Street East.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel members, are there questions for the agent here? If not,
no questions.
I have one question for you, Mr. Clark. This is a situation in which there was an order to comply. We are basically being asked to legalize an existing condition. Can you tell us how the existing condition came to be, please?
I cannot tell you how the existing condition came to play. I was not actually aware of the order to comply. I could surmise how it happened. And
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I'm wrong. Totally wrong. I'm thinking of an application coming up. No, on your application, what I've just said, it does not apply at all. Pardon me. But my question is withdrawn. Panel members, any questions from any of you? Okay, then. Let's take the application into committee for a motion, please.
Sorry, I do have a question though. So sorry, I sort of.
Go ahead. Go
missed
ahead.
that. Isn't there a forestry report recommending
Yes, there is.
forestry condition 5, which means that denial? It goes further, so it's been resolved, right?
There's a separate report as
Oh,
well.
okay. So
No.
that one.
No,
is-
here, come here.
Okay.
Urban Forestry requests the committee of adjustment deny the listed variances application to the impact, due to the impact on a bylaw protected tree. That's the same as 5.
Oh, yeah, I said, my question is that been resolved, is it?
Committee, may I speak to the matter? We just received the report back from Forestry a week ago on the precipice of the submission deadline for the variance. We haven't had an opportunity to have a meaningful dialogue with them. It's our impression that they have not understood the arborist report that we submitted. We went to great lengths to design the addition such that it was suspended on helical piers, so to absolutely minimize the interference with the existing trees. Unfortunately, they've characterized that we would like to remove one of the trees, and this is not factually correct. Might I ask that if all the other conditions and you're comfortable with the variances, that we would be comfortable moving forward with an approval, but on the condition that we work things out with Forestry. If we're unable to do that, we would propose taking a deferral, but coming back for the earliest available opportunity to rehear this matter, again, pending us having worked this out with Forestry. We've had a number of other... Okay.
Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might, Mr. Chairman, I was going to recommend a deferral because negotiations with Forestry is clearly going to have to take place. If we approve with the forestry condition, then nothing can happen. So I think a deferral is the best appropriate action here.
That makes sense. Would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move deferral of the application to allow the applicant the opportunity to speak further with the forestry department about its concerns about a city protected tree.
Thank you. Is there a second to that? Seconded, Mr. Byatt. It is therefore moved and seconded to defer to allow consultation with Forestry. All in favor, please show hands. Vote unanimous. Motion carries. The application is deferred. Panel moves on to number 11, 1129 College Street. Before us are those materials submitted, time of application, 2 photographs, trees on the property. There is an order to comply affecting the property. And there is support correspondence from 332 Gladstone Avenue, Robert Ruggiero. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name's Eddie Perez. We're at 537 Rogers Road. I'm here on behalf of the owner and the designers of the project. There was an order to comply in 2014, which we are now in the process of trying to resolve by going before the committee and then applying for a building permit. It was, if you put it to the 3rd floor, there was a very modest 3rd floor addition where they added, they straightened out the back wall and they added a rear bathroom. That's the impact of the, and there's a few variances which are minor in nature. There's the balcony, which is very common in the area for balconies that size. And it's been completed since 2015 it was completed. So it's been there for the past 8 years. They're just trying now to justify and close this file as per the building inspector's request.
Okay, question for you, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you confirm that there's been consultation with the adjacent neighbors? And first question. Second question, why has it taken 8 years?
Well, I can answer that. I was only brought on hand about a couple of months ago, and the client called me over, and then I told her I would take care of the case. but I wasn't privy to the knowledge before that. I only started this project 2 months ago. Why they took so long, I'm not sure. And they did consultate with the neighbors. Neighbors are okay with it.
Mr. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, you mentioned that these are minor, but I'm not really too sure I can agree to variance number 4 as being minor, because it seems that you need to have about a 6-foot setback and you have 0. And how do you justify building something like that, consider it being minor?
Well, it's minor because that's a common practice in the area. All the houses are attached.
Then the next door neighbor does not have a second floor balcony, to 0 setback.
Well, they talked to the neighbor. The neighbor are okay with the balcony being there. Like, if you push it 6 meters the other way, there won't be any balcony. But the balconies are common in the area. It's not as you know, that all these houses are at 0. They're all semi-detached and row housing and such in that area anyway. I don't see where that's a big problem with what we're proposing. It's very common in the area. It's not the first one that's been done like that.
I actually get a little bit more confused as to this balcony on your plan is on the 3rd floor, right? This is the 0 setback on the 3rd floor.
It's on a 2nd floor roof. It's on a 3rd. It belongs to the 3rd floor. Correct.
That is the one that has 0 setback, and then the second one is existing or new. On the 2nd floor, you have 2 balconies. Yeah.
The one on the 2nd floor is existing.
That you did not build that one recently.
No, they did not.
Okay, so it's only the 3rd floor is at 0 setback. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Okay. And just for those who may be watching, it's important to say that the Committee of Adjustment in no way condones development done without a building permit. The building permit process is fundamental to orderly development. However, sometimes we are faced with applications which do represent buildings that have already been built. How do we approach them? Well, we approach them in exactly the same way as we approach other proposals, which is according to the 4 tests of the Planning Act. In other words, whether it's built or not, we're going to use our judgment to determine whether or not it fits and passes the 4 tests. So that's how we will be addressing this particular one. We do not possess punitive powers. We do not possess disciplinary authority. Okay. I'm not hearing any more questions, so let's take the application into committee for discussion and moving toward a motion. Mr. Nipfel, please.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with my colleague's concern about it says the 2nd story balcony. Is it not the 3rd story balcony? Am I misinterpreting something here?
You asking the agent?
Anybody who knows the answer.
Okay.
The portion that we're looking at in terms of a development that occurred without appropriate approvals is all on the 3rd floor, I think. The 2nd floor balcony, I believe, exists, and what we're only looking at is that small addition and the 3rd floor balcony. So I'm not at all clear if 4 refers to the 2nd or the 3rd floor, because it's also 0 from the common wall. And to the point that Ms. Chan made, I don't think that that's minor. I think, as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, we would look at this as if it wasn't built. And would we approve it? I wouldn't approve this if it wasn't built. I think that requires a lot more attention. There's also no screening provided on 0 property lines. So, unless somebody can be answered, I'm not sure variance 4 is right. I think it's the wrong balcony. If what we're looking at is the work that was completed without permit, so I'm actually quite confused by the application.
Other comments? Interesting.
I think Mr. Nipple's quite correct. It is confusing, and if we treated this as a new application, that request for a zero balconies at 0 meters from the common wall, it wouldn't fly.
No.
So I am troubled with this one.
Okay. Anyone ready with a motion?
Oh, I can add a comment and then.
Oh, go, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that this is, despite whether it's built or not, if it's a proposal in front of us, I think that this zero setback balcony should be consulted, and then they said that they have talked to the neighbors, but we just have to believe in that. But I cannot, I always find this is a waste, what do you call that, a little bit of a difficult situation if you build before and it's at zero setback. That's a difficulty that I find to support it.
Okay, then panel, I will look to someone for a motion. Mr. Byatt, please.
I'll give it a shot. This is a problematic one, and the agent's comment that, you know, the balconies like this exist all over the neighborhood, or some words to that effect, I don't think makes this particular application palatable. Just because everybody else is doing it doesn't mean you have to do it. So I'd like to move a motion to refuse this application as presented.
Thank you. And that is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So it is therefore moved and seconded to refuse the application. Those in favor, please show your hands. Okay, that vote is unanimous. That carries the motion, and thereby the application is refused. Panel moves along to number 12, 174 Sheridan Avenue. And on 174 Sheridan, the only materials before us are those submitted at the time of application, plus a cover letter from the agent dated 8 September. We'll ask the agent to join us, please. Just state your name.
Louise Aymer from Tignan Design and Engineering, 1515 Matheson Boulevard in Mississauga.
Okay, your voice is a bit muffled. I'd ask you to repeat your name, please.
Louise Aymer, is that better?
That is much better.
All right.
Okay,
I'm from
Louise.
Tignan Design and Engineering.
Good afternoon. Okay. Very good. Panel members, any questions here? Anyone? Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is extremely minor. I don't see that there being any negative implications to neighbors or it being inconsistent with the neighborhood fabric. So I'd like to move approval without any conditions.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded. Approval. All in favor? Motion carried. Application approved. We move to number 13, 4 Conrad Avenue. On this application, we're looking at materials submitted with the application, photographs of trees, August. There is a list of outreach and contact dates by the applicant to neighbors, 11 September. There is comment from Urban Forestry. In support, there's correspondence from 3 Conrad and 12 Conrad. And there are 5 form letters supporting by the owners or occupants of 6 and 10 Conrad, 10 Hillcrest, 37 Turner Road, and also from 18 Hillcrest. So we shall ask the agent, please, to join us by stating your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Tasneem Badruzama. I'm the agent for the owners. Our office address is 911 Davenport Road.
Good afternoon to you. Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you'd like a presentation, I'm happy to do that as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel, are there any questions? We're not hearing any. Panel members, is anyone ready with a motion?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Ms. Chan, please
Yeah.
proceed.
I'm ready for more. I've studied the materials, and the two variances I consider they're quite straightforward and quite moderate increase. So I don't think that will have any kind of negative impact. So the forestry condition 2, I would like to move for approval.
Thank you. And that is seconded by Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, before we vote, might I compliment the applicant on the contact process? There's been extensive contact, and
Yeah,
she
that's
went
good.
to the trouble of documenting who she talked to and when and what they had to say, and that's been very helpful.
And that is not very typical. So yes, good work. And I think it may pay off for you. Okay, it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And the vote indeed is unanimous to carry the motion and approve the application. Thank you. Number 14 is 328 Palmerston. And on this application, we have material submitted with the application. It's a cover letter from the agent. There's an arborist report and also presentation materials from the agent. We have communication from city planning and also from transportation services. And there are 13 form letters in support. They come from 322, 325, 326, 327 and 330, 331, 350, 371, and 386 Palmerston, plus 317 and 331 Markham Street, and 485 and 575 Euclid, all received during September. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Stephanie Au. I am an architect with VFA at 11 Watkinson Avenue.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel, are there questions here?
If I may, Chair.
Go.
I did have one question. It just had to do with the, I believe it's the rear deck, bear with me, third floor deck. Now, I note that there's an indication that there will be some, I'm not sure if there are hedges that are going to be planted. Planters. Would that be sufficient to provide privacy most of the year? Or, I'm just wondering, are these evergreens perhaps that are going to be, provide sufficient privacy?
We haven't yet at the moment specified the types of planting, but the intent is to provide as much privacy between the owners and the neighbors as much as possible. So I think that evergreen hedges would be a good consideration.
I suppose the concern is that if it's, it doesn't have a sort of permanency to it, at some point does that privacy issue become an issue with the neighbors?
Mm-hmm. So yes, again, the intent of the planters would be to provide as much privacy as possible. So I think that that would be considered once we get to the stage of choosing the planting.
Further questions? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you seen the transportation correspondence that was received September the 14th? And if you haven't, we'll put it on the screen. And if you have, do you understand what they're asking you to do? It has to do with the curb at the back of the property.
I can provide explanation if you'd like.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I can provide some explanation if you like.
If I were moving a motion, I would say subject to the transportation condition, and that's the condition. I just wanted to make sure you've seen it.
Sorry, is that question directed at me?
Yes, you're the applicant, right?
Yes. Yes, we've seen the memo from transportation.
Okay.
It's related to the rear parking.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone ready with a motion on this one? Any further questions?
I can add a comment. If we going to approve, maybe we should tie it to the first floor plan, which shows all the planters and all the privacy screening, drawing A203.
And A450, which is yeah, there's two of them.
Okay. Let's go into committee, and maybe we're already there, actually. But
we should tie to some that plan, and also the other plan, say
A450, it's an elevation.
50.
I think the point is, there is a proposed screen on the application. The intent here, as I understand it, is planters filled with plant material, and I would take it that would be reasonably sufficient to show overview. Also, the planter doesn't allow you to get right to the edge of the balcony, so you step back, all of which helps you. But I agree with my colleague that rather than call for a barrier condition, I think we should call up those two plans. So if you
I'd like to, so, yes, other than that, I think with also the transportation conditions and also tied to those two drawings, the elevation and the first floor plan, I will move for approval.
Thank you. It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore moved.
So that everything on those plans isn't the condition, it's just for the screening of the decks.
I think staff have got that.
With respect to the screening, privacy screening.
Yep. Okay. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please. That's a unanimous vote. Motion carries. Application approved. Thank you. Number 15 is 26 Browning Ave. We have before us materials from the application, plus a set of revised plans on August 25. It's a photograph of the property, cover letter from the agent, August 22, email correspondence from the architect, August, an arborist report, August, comment from Urban Forestry, September, and in support, there is correspondence. 16 Browning, 32 Browning, 28 Browning, and 11 Fulton Avenue. We'll ask the agent to join us, please. Just state your name.
Hi, my name is Kira Clarkson. Can you hear me?
We hear you pretty well, yes. Thank you.
Good. I am the applicant and the architect for this small two-story laneway suite at the rear of 26 Browning. And I was thinking, are you ready for my presentation?
Just a second.
Okay.
Do you mind stating your name once again, please?
Kyra, K-Y-R-A.
Very good, yeah.
Clarkson.
Okay, then good afternoon to you. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Panel members, on this application, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a previous application where a laneway suite that penetrated the 45-degree angular plane created real privacy issues for a property behind. In this case, there is a laneway behind, and the angular plane affects the backyard of the main dwelling unit here. And is it your opinion that it still has sufficient space and light in the rear yard of the main dwelling unit?
Yes, I'm actually glad you asked about that. If it's possible to scroll to the cover letter E2 that I see on your side, and then zoom into the illustration where we did a section diagram to show how our second floor is set back from the first floor of the laneway suite. We basically tried to emulate the angular plane by pulling that second floor back to allow for ample light in the backyards, and actually ample light in the backyard of 26 Browning, but also to the neighbors. So you can see an outline in red, which would be the as of right volume for a two-story laneway suite in this location. You can see the outline in blue of the as of right one-story laneway suite in this location. And what we've done is shifted. The reason we have 3 variances, they're actually all for pretty much the same reason. We shifted the building away from the minimum rear yard setback towards the main house in order to protect 2 trees that are quite special in the neighborhood, not just to our owners, but also to the neighbors. And in order to create two yards, one for the laneway suite itself, as the clients, our clients will be aging in place in this space. So they'll have a private yard, and then their family members will then have their own yard to the south of the laneway suite. So all that to say, back to your question, the idea was actually to step back at the second floor. There is no access, that is not a deck space on the roof of that one-story portion facing south. That's actually just a green roof in order to provide something nice to look down upon from the main house. So our intent fully was to make sure we reduce the massing. It's quite a small second story, but it's just what our clients need for a bedroom and a bathroom. And I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, panel? I'm not hearing any, so let's go into committee and move to a motion. Mr. Nipfel.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that we were not able to reach the speaker in support.
Thank you very much, moderator.
Oh, there was a speaker in support? Nice. Great. We did have four nice letters from neighbors who actually really support this. We actually built another laneway suite at 11 Fulton, and I think, you know, there's a buzz about building laneway suites here, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support as well, Ms. Clarkson, so you'll be happy to hear that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I really like this proposal. I think the architect's to be commended for her sensitivity to the context. The way in which she's positioned the laneway suite preserves 2 existing trees, and it does something that I haven't seen done before in a laneway suite, which is provides 2 green spaces, one for the main house and a separate one for the laneway suite, which I think is really quite commendable. And as she indicated, she's tried to address the objective of the angular plane, even though the angular plane is offended in this case, but I think she's minimized any negative impact. I would like to move approval of the application. Because I like it so much, I'd like to tie it to plans, because I'd like to see it built just as we've got it in front of us.
Forestry condition 2.
And is there?
Number 2.
Forestry condition number 2. Sorry, I missed that.
Very good. And that is seconded by Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. The application is approved. Thank you. Number 16 is 875 St. Claren's Avenue. We have application materials. We have revised site plan 14 September. photographs of the property from August, correspondence from Transportation Services, and staff reports from Metrolinx and Toronto City Planning. And we'll ask the agent now to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Bruno Lopes from MXL Engineering, located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, Mr. Lopes, you are slightly muffled, so you might try closer to the mic. But we do hear you, and good afternoon. So panel members, on this application, any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We received a revised site plan, and I believe the only difference is there's a slightly larger, there's a proposed planter, that's added to a soft landscaping strip. Can you advise, does that change your variances?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not really, but somehow. So the numbers are the same, and the reason being is that we did the maximum effort to comply with landscaping. But again, this is a build up on top of an existing garage, and the existing paving it's concrete. So there is a planter that we proposed to minimize the impact. But even though working with planning, they propose if we would be receptive to introduce some more landscaping, even though that doesn't count landscaping, but we propose to add a planter. So the planter will, of course, absorb the water, but will not be permeable fully, but it minimizes the impact. And planning was satisfied with improvement.
Why doesn't the planter count as landscaping?
Because it's going to be on top of concrete. This is not exactly a planter, it's like having a big vase, which actually will absorb water, but it won't let it percolate.
Okay, can you, sorry, why can't you get rid of the concrete and put a planter?
Just because this existing paving, it's a reinforced 8-inch concrete, and was discussed with the planner. This is heavily costly and will become a big effort, and the client was trying to maintain the existing conditions as much as possible. On the other hand, as well, is that what we have there as a hard landscape is actually the walkway and access for both the rear of the house and the new laneway.
Oh, no, I can't understand. You mean that if you take out where the proposed planter is, you take out the concrete, it's going to be too much effort? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in a sense, yes, because again, the owner was again not too much receptive of adding any planting area. So, but us knowing how the landscaping issue is being raised lately, I convinced them to do at least add a planter there, and at the end we end up to be on an hybrid situation of adding a big planter, and on a certain piece we just gonna add soft landscaping, but it's not permeable because partially of the concrete is gonna remain in place.
So the 31% you're proposing, does that include the planter area or not? It doesn't.
Correct. Includes. It includes.
Yeah.
Yes, this was our best effort, and that's what planning was supporting on.
No, I get totally confused now. I thought that you said that it's not included because you still have concrete underneath the planter. And you're not planning to remove the concrete. And that's why it's not being considered as soft landscaping. And now you're saying that it's actually included in the landscaping area. There's a contradiction here, right? Can you explain, please? Yeah.
So that's the scenario. The proposed planter is not soft landscaping. You're absolutely correct. So the interpretation about soft landscaping, it's when you have soil that
that
allows the water to percolate.
Okay. This is important, Mr. Lopes, because the Committee of Adjustment has a very sharp focus on soft landscaping because of our contention that each property should do its part of absorbing stormwater. And when a proposal is made to us which is deficient to the extent that yours is, where 31% is soft landscaping, where 85% is required, then we are looking at it with very, very close scrutiny. As I look at this rear, I see you have 2 areas identified as soft landscaping. Forget about the planter. I see a wood deck. All that other area, it looks like it's the laneway down the side of the house and then the rest of the backyard. All of that, I take it, is asphalt or concrete walkway. Is that true?
Yes, absolutely. It's concrete, but if you see on the plans, part of that concrete is going to be where the bicycle paths will be. So all these areas is actually to give access to the bicycle paths, walkway for pedestrian, and access to the existing home.
Further questions, panel? Mr. Nipfel?
Actually, I was just going to make a comment, Mr. Chairman. I think the rear yard landscaping is completely unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's not only that it's needed to absorb rainwater, but you've got 2 dwelling units here, a laneway suite and a principal residence, and there is no outdoor soft space for them to enjoy. I personally, I'm unable to support this because of the variance number 1. I think it's totally unacceptable.
Mr. Byatt?
Thank you, Chair. For some reason, I seem to think that this application, maybe not for the laneway suite, but perhaps for a principal residence has been before us. And it's that variance number 1 that does bother me. It looks like a massing exercise. The disregard for soft landscaping, I think, is not only evident in the rear, but when you look at a Google image, a street image, the front of the house similarly has more concrete on it than soft landscaping. So I find this very problematic, and I don't think I can support this. I think it's just too much on this particular lot.
I think we've gone into committee, and I must make that official. We are in committee now. Ms. Chan?
Yes, I can add my comment. I just find it, there's a contradiction, because if you look at the site plan, the revised site plan even, it's indicating that both planters are soft landscaping. But as the question being asked, he said that he just put some planter there on top of the existing concrete, and then it's not considered. But so that is a big contradiction here. The 31%, what does it represent? Even what is proposed is not clear, right? And that's why I do not think there's a sincere attempt to improve the soft landscaping. Right. If you can just put planters on concrete and then still label it as soft landscaping and telling us that it's not considered soft landscaping, what are you telling us, right? So I can't support this either. Yeah.
Further comments, panel? Further discussion? Anyone ready to go to a motion? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the application be refused.
Is there a second? It is seconded. Mr. Byatt? Moved and seconded that the application be refused. Those in favor, please show hands. And that motion is carried, and the application is thereby refused. Thank you. Panel moves on to number 17, 108 Havelock. And on this application, committee has before it submitted materials, 6 photographs, a previous COA Committee of Adjustment decision from Oh, no, it's not a committee adjustment decision. A previous decision affecting the property and correspondence from 121 Havelock. In support. Let's have the agent join us, please. Just state your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the agent here on behalf of the owners.
Good afternoon to you. Panel members, pretty simple application. Any questions for the agent? No? Anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead, please.
Yes, I consider that this is a minor application, and I have no problem with all the 3 variances, and I'll move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Seconded, Mr. Byatt. All in favor, please, show hands. It is voted unanimously to approve the motion, and the application is thereby approved. Number 18 is 5 Ruskin. On 5 Ruskin, we have submitted materials, 8 photographs of trees. Cover letter agent, September. Staff report, urban forestry, and also Metrolinx. And plus 2 form letters supporting from 7 Ruskin, which would appear to be next door, and 22 Ruskin. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Hi, I'm Timothy Mithanidis, agent for the owner.
Hi there, good afternoon.
Hello.
Okay, panel members. Any questions here?
Go ahead.
Mr. Byatt first, Mr. Nipfel
A
second.
question just with regard to the, I think it's a 3rd floor deck, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have, I'm not sure which direction it is at the moment. I'm trying to find the direction.
It's facing west.
Sorry,
east. Pardon me.
Yeah, I think it's the east side. It likely may have overlook issues with your neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have privacy screens already identified or not?
In that location, we just have standard guard heights. The owners are in communication with the neighbors, although they didn't secure the letter from that side. They got verbal approval for the project. So there was no indication from them that they have any objection to that height without the privacy screens. I mean, part of the idea of the roof balcony is that it provides a view towards the skyline of the city, and I think that higher guardrail would limit the quality of that view. Yeah, so that's what the position was in that case.
I suspect that the issue may arise at some point about privacy. So I'd like to perhaps add a condition that there be a privacy screen to 1.5 meters on the east side.
If that's the will of the committee, then we of course will
Thank you.
go along with that.
Other questions, panel? Mr. Nipfel? Did you
I have a question. That was my only concern with the whole application as well.
Okay. All right then. Hearing no more questions, let's go into committee and move to a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move motion to approve. There's a forestry number 1 condition, a Metrolinx warning, and I'd like to add a condition that the 3rd floor deck have a privacy screening installed on the east side to a height of 1.5 meters.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, show hands. Vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved. Thanks you. Number 19.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The speaker listed in interest has indicated that will not be participating and not speaking.
Thank you very much. Okay, just give me a second to Okay, very good. Number 19 is 265 Forest Hill Road. And on this application, panel has before it submitted materials, 6 photographs, trees. There is a Committee of Adjustment decision from 2015. There are staff reports from Metrolinx and from Urban Forestry. We'll have the agent join us now. State your name, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, and staff. My name is Robert Bader, B-A-D-E-R. I reside at 38 Albany Street with an I in Etobicoke, M8V1X2.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel members, anyone like a presentation on this application? No. No? Any questions for Mr. Byatt? Go ahead.
I do. Thank you very much for being here. The sports court, and I'm just looking at the site plan that has been presented, is pretty substantial. It looks like a basketball, half a court or quarter court or whatever the size is. I'm
Correct.
Not sure. Yeah. What materials would the court be?
It is artificial turf, but it is permeable. It's a permeable surface.
It is permeable.
Yes, and due to the soft landscaping definition, artificial turf, although it's permeable, doesn't qualify as soft landscaping. So, you know, if there were changes to the definition or if it were grass, then it would be, I would not be here.
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate it. I think that was my first concern is, you know, is this hardscape?
Yeah. In addition to the permeable surface, the land slopes substantially to the Beltline Trail from Forest Hill Road. There's a large area drain that is going to be contemplated where there will be sufficient infiltration of rainwater.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you.
Question, go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Just similar question. So this natural stone terrace is also permeable or no?
No, it's not. No.
So it's
no.
not. So
again, due to the nature of the terrain, due to the nature of the slope of the rear yard, that had to be built up and it's constructed of paving material.
Mm-hmm. You almost make it. You have 2% off. So.
Yeah, and that's exclusive of the permeable sports court.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Mr. Netfel, please.
Unless my colleagues have, are we in committee yet? Can we go on committee?
We can go into committee now.
Unless my colleagues have any concerns, I really like this proposal. I think it's really well done. The other point that I'd like to raise with the sports court, you said it's artificial turf. It has an added advantage. It subdues noise. I have one of these next door to me, and it's concrete, and it is noisy. The artificial turf will subdue some of the noise, and I think that's advantageous. But just a comment, I think that this is a really good proposal. I'd like to move approval without any conditions. I would like to note in the minutes, however, that the sports court is paved with artificial turf. It's not a condition, but I'd hate to see down the road that it became asphalt or something.
Very good. Second?
Thank you.
It is seconded, Mr. Byatt.
But is there a condition?
No, it's going to go in the minutes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it'll be for the record.
Yeah.
For the record, okay.
Thank you.
Is that okay to put that in the, yeah?
Yeah. And it is thereby moved and seconded to approve.
Oh, you seconded?
Yes.
Oh,
Mr.
okay,
Byatt seconded,
no,
yes.
No, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, you ready to vote?
All in favor, please.
Yes.
Show hands. And the vote is unanimous to carry the motion. Your application is approved.
Thank you, Chair, members.
Thank you. Okay, number 20 is the final item on our first agenda. It is 587 Northcliffe Boulevard. And on the application, the panel has before it submitted materials, 4 photographs of trees. There's an arborist report, September 13. We have comment from Transportation Services and a staff report from Urban Forestry. So I'll ask the agent to join the meeting, please. State your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ozran Stambuk. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you quite well. Yes, good. Very good. Panel members. On this application, do you have anyone like a presentation? Are there questions for the agent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one registered speaker.
Thank you, moderator. I appreciate it. Okay, so Mr. Stambrook, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we have on this particular site is
Just a moment, Mr. Stambrook. Hold on for a second.
Just a clarification. The purpose of the application says that there's a rooftop balcony, and that's not my understanding of your drawings. My understanding is that you've got a 3rd floor balcony. It's not on the roof, and if that's correct, maybe you could clarify that in your comments. And sorry for interrupting.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, no problem at all.
Go ahead.
So as I was starting out, we have a very kind of typical tight Toronto lot with that is sloping severely from the back to the front. And that is the essential issue we're facing when thinking of how to design a new property here. The homeowner would like to create a home for themselves on this lot. And so those were kind of the primary design parameters we were thinking of. And this kind of sloping lot is going to require a lot of costly construction methods because of the slope of the lot. It's going to require shoring for either properties on the other side because of your excavation cannot encroach onto other properties. And so there will be a significant investment to build a new home on this site. And so in combination with the wish list of the homeowner and in the massing of the samples that he was interested in, we came up with this design, and that resulted in the variances you have in front of you. Now, to quickly clarify, it is indeed not correct to say there is a rooftop terrace. As you can see on the plans, it is a rear yard 3rd floor terrace. And of course, in all cases, although I have to mention that the terrace is quite set back from the edges of the roof it's sitting on. And primary reason for that is because according to the zoning bylaw, we have to keep that terrace to 4 meters squared, maximum size. And so we have done that also to alleviate any concerns that this would be used, as a party deck, and to alleviate any privacy concerns because it would not have direct overlook of either property on the side. So the terrace is kind of kept to a reasonable level, and it is correct that it is a 3rd floor terrace. Now, one of the largest or most interesting variances we have is the 0 meter setback for the front stairs. And one of the major reasons for this is, again, because of that sloping lot and because of how we cannot put the main floor down at the grade level, because then it would be completely blocked by any kind of vehicle entrance. There would be no light at the front of the property. So in that sense, we had to put the main floor above the garage level and to allow for proper windows and doors to allow light onto the main floor, at least on half of it. Because we do not have windows on the sides of the property, other than basement windows that are fully below grade. So that has resulted in exactly like what you see here in front of you. We have basically almost matched the main entrance at the existing level, maybe made it a little lower. So that's what happens. We have to introduce these stairs that are provoking the 0 meter setback variance, and we have also introduced a parking space very much like the property directly adjacent to the right of that property, in order to facilitate vehicle access. And as you have seen in the reports from transportation and from urban forestry, there is transportation is okay with our proposal. They don't have any objections, and urban forestry is requiring all the standard applications for injury, which we are perfectly fine with. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and in particular to hear any comments from other participants.
Thank you very much. Okay, and panel, we do have one person standing by, so shall we hear from that person first? Okay. Moderator, let's have the registered speaker join us.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. State your name, please.
Okay, so my name is Kate Park. My address is 580 Northcliffe Boulevard, Toronto.
Okay, Kate, and we hear you pretty well. You're a little bit kind of electronically disrupted. So speak slowly, please, and let's go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel.
Okay, so I think my voice can be clear now.
It's good. Yes, I understand you now.
Okay, so I have some couple of questions and the big concern, because the road in front of the house, that is the one-way street. The area has been experiencing the significant increase in damage due to the illegal parking of construction the vehicle. So for the issue is that the construction-related traffic could potentially worse if the construction period is extended. I'm wondering about my first question is how you plan to address the parking of construction vehicles. Second question is there is an issue with the construction worker not properly disposing of any of the trash. Is there any solution to address the problem? And the third question is that I'm curious about when your construction period is that roughly starting and end date. And the last question is in front of the house, the tree, there are dozens of the birds, sparrows are living in the tree. So I'm concerned about the potential harm to the environment. Do you have any solution about dealing with those birds? That is my questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see if the panel has any questions for you. I'm not seeing any, so thank you. We'll go back now to the agent who will have a chance to comment on what's been said.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly I would be happy to comment on those concerns. So first, to address the construction concerns, I do not know when the plan is to start and end the construction. The parking of construction vehicles, this will be, the construction of this home will require quite intensive modification of the existing grades, which will give space between the existing sidewalk and the front of the house for construction vehicles to be temporarily parked, and for construction materials to be stored on the portion there in front of you that says new driveway. So that portion will have to, right now it is very sloped, that portion will have to be flattened out, and I believe in this particular situation there will be enough space. It will be a tight lot, it will be difficult as always, but there will be enough space for that. In terms of the removal of the trees that will have to happen. So the removal of these two front trees at the front of the property that are homes to birds' nest. So if you can just quickly turn to the cover of the, if staff can turn quickly to the cover of the plans. And actually, this is good too, that forestry report, trees that will be removed will be replaced on site, and also there will be efforts made on the part of the front driveway to incorporate trees for the sake of privacy and for the sake of having homes for birds and other such critters. So that I think is alleviated by the fact that whatever trees are removed, they will have to be replaced as per the urban forestry guidelines, and you can see that there. Thank you very much, staff. In some of the forestry reports, and we have actually submitted an arborist plan report and plan, and the owner is in close consultation with an arborist to determine the best spots for the new trees, and all of that will be taken care of.
Very good. Okay then, panel questions at this stage for the applicant, if there are any. Mr. Nipfel first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The trees are, maybe they're junipers. They're very tall trees shown on your elevation, South A204, adjacent to the walkway. Can you tell me where they're located? And the reason for the question is I find and notwithstanding the fact that you've got a really constrained site and you've got to accommodate really substantial elevation changes, the front yard could be pretty bleak unless there's some landscaping in it. So are those trees proposed to go beside the stairs, or are they proposed to go in the strip between your property and the next door neighbor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, those trees, first of all, are a suggestion that I made in my design that I think would fit with the proposed construction. So their location is to go next to the driveway, and if staff can turn to the plans, to the site plan of the plans, you can see, if you just zoom in. So in that strip where it says new driveway, just south of there is kind of a strip of soft landscaping that I would recommend for the owner and for the arborist to work out to plant those trees. Plant kind of juniper trees or cypress trees, any kind of tall, beautiful tree that will alleviate that will make that front yard look better. And there you on this site plan you can see actually a shallow outline of the existing stairs that are to be removed. If staff can just zoom in a little bit, right there. So that is the existing stairs. So actually the trees where they would go is next to the existing stairs, but that would all be quite modified in its finality, because there will need to be concrete retaining walls rebuilt, and I think that gives a great opportunity to make something of this front yard.
If I may, your new driveway, hopefully it's going to be of permeable materials, but I'd like to add that as a condition. And the rear balcony, I know you mentioned that it may not have any privacy issues because it's set back from both north and south sides. But given the fact that this is a fairly narrow lot, and all the lots are quite narrow, I still think you might want to have privacy screens on the north and south sides of the balcony or terrace that you mentioned. Would you be okay with that as a condition?
Certainly, we would be okay with those two conditions, and I think you make a good point that in these narrow lots, it doesn't take very much space to have overlook of the neighboring properties. Even though here we would be looking at roof lines, but of course, the future is what we're accounting for here. So certainly, those conditions would be acceptable.
Okay, panel, I think we're at a stage now at which we can take the application into committee and move toward a motion, discussion if necessary or if needed. Yeah, Mr. Black, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go for it. I'd like to move approval of this application. I think it's quite interesting articulation of home design given the site and the constraints. The only conditions that would apply to this particular application would be forestry 1 and 2. Another one, and that is that the new driveway be produced out of permeable materials. And the third one is that the third floor rear terrace have privacy screens on the north and south sides.
Would you consider a friendly amendment of tying it to the plans as well? Because I'm concerned with the height of the building, and I'm only persuaded by the fact that the third floor is stepped back on the front and the back, so I'd like to tie it to plans.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
And it's as amended.
And it is as amended. It is as amended.
Is that what the purpose changed? Yeah, thanks.
Yes, so we are dealing with an amended application. Okay. Very good. So is there a second?
Absolutely.
Mr. Niffel. Very good. So the amended application, it is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carries. The amended application is approved. So with that, we complete the first section of the agenda. The second session of the agenda is scheduled to begin at 2 p.m., but it is now 2 p.m. So the panel and staff do need to break for a recess, and I think we can do an hour, fine with an hour.
Through you, Mr. Chair, either 45 minutes or an hour.
Panel members?
45. I go with 45, yeah.
Okay. So we will go with a 45-minute recess and resume at
2:45?
2:45. Well, yeah, we'll say 2:50. And we'll be resuming at that time with application number 2150 Pasadena Gardens. Thank you very much.